We are going live. I've got a bit of a video coming up here for you. The TP. Using Helix around the TP. It looks, I had in the center, it was supposed to be the point of interest, but it didn't hold the center as the point of interest. So I'm not quite too sure. We have a holiday in the US today, I think. So it might not be too much happening here today. Let me just take a look at my calendar. We're in today, the 30th. And on the 31st, tomorrow, Monday, Dan N. How you doing there, Dan? Thanks for popping in again. You're always the first guy. My goodness. Tomorrow, I've got to take my van in for new shocks. So I'm going to have to do that. And then on Tuesday, the 1st, June, I've got to go for a doctor's appointment. Diabetic doctor. I think I'm going to teach him how. Ronnie Braun, hey, thank you guys for popping in. I just checked out your channels just before I got here, actually. So that was great. Monday, tomorrow, I have new shocks. I don't think it's my shocks, though. I hate it when the guys say, it could be this, could be that, and then you spend all this money fixing these things up, and that's not what it was. And even the mechanic says, we don't like to work on things unless we know for sure what it is. So it's usually rattles and stuff when I'm putting the brakes on. And in my opinion, it sounds like the calipers are warped, or the rotors, or whatever you call those, where the brake pads go against. It sounds like that pedal, but it goes with the speed of the vehicle. It starts rattling, and then as I get slower, that noise gets slower and slower. So that's why I'm thinking it's got to do with the brakes and not the shocks. Although he had the van up on the hoist, and he showed me, he says, here's your shocks. They have some sort of rubber boot on the top and the bottom. He says those are completely gone, and what you're hearing is metal on metal rattling. And I'm thinking, no way, that's not what it is. But it cost me $89 per shock, and a total of $300. So 89, 8 of one, it cost me double for labor, like $160 for parts, $140 for labor. So I'm hoping that's going to fix it up a little bit. So Dan N and Ronnie Braun are still in the house. Yeah, I have too much of a lag going on. Wow, I just got what you said in the chat window right now. Yeah, the noise is coming from the front, and I have disc brakes on the front, and the back have drums. But a couple of years ago, and I'm in Medicine Hat, Alberta right now, but a couple of years ago in the winter when I was in Vancouver, I thought something's wrong with that noise, that rattling noise. So I took it to someplace, and the guy's rotor. So it cost me $800 to put new front end parts, like brakes, the pads, the rotors. I think that's what you call those. And it still rattled after that, but I figured I needed the brakes anyways. So 2 years go by, and I come to Medicine Hat, and the guys, I said that I have this rattling problem. I need to get that fixed. So they put it up on the hoist and they look and you need this and you need that. And I thought, okay, so it was another $600 or $700 for that. But the guy comes up to the front from the back and he says, here's your brake pads. Here from the front. There was nothing left, absolutely nothing. It was like, I know there's metal indicators on there. When it starts squealing, it's time for brakes, but it even seemed like they were lower than that. There was nothing, and they were badly rusted. That's what happens. You take your van in, you take your vehicle in, you get mechanics to fix it, and then they cheat you yet. And a lot of times you hear women, they say they don't want to take it to a mechanic, or they're scared to take it to a mechanic because they'll take them for a ride. And I said, that can happen to a man who's a mechanic himself, who doesn't want to do the job. It doesn't matter. They won't let you come and watch, see what they're doing, make sure that they're following the right procedures and what have you. And I'm mechanically inclined, and I would have noticed that he did new ones. But so it doesn't matter if you're a mechanic or not. They'll still take you. And it's been 2 years, so I can't go back there. And then, like I said, I'm in Alberta right now anyway. So anyways, that's my experience with the brakes. Not too good at all. Now I was hoping a couple of friends from would come on. Seamus from Vancouver, he said he was on a live stream. He's trying to figure out how to be a guest coming on. So I thought, he's not around. And then JSK Enterprises, right on. Leonard always pops in too. Nice to see you. If Ronnie Braun or Dan N hasn't checked out JSK Enterprise, please do so. Simply because he won the last week's challenge, and he got a gift certificate, and he had a little problems with it, but it finally got all worked out, I think. So it was my first, though we both had a little bit to do there. Born Loser brakes. Who needs them? Feel like Fred Flintstone, where you just put your feet on the ground and stop yourself that way. If you wanted to post your link to your channel there, Leonard, go ahead and do so. Pop it in the window from your channel there. Guys could check you out. And check each other out if you like, because that's what we're here for. So watch time. I have my 1,000 subscribers, but I have only 1,400 watch hours. Like, I got to go another 2 years before I even get close to doing any watch time stuff. And Ghetto Van Adventure, another Canadian who's got like 4,000 subscribers. He said, I'm going to put your videos on and just let them run, and put them on one after the other, auto go to the next one. So you don't have to do that. I mean, I don't know why he wants to spend his time worrying about me, but I've been a long time subscriber of his. Maybe he's kind of trying to help me to get to the 4,000. So anyways, he emails me yesterday, I think it was, and he said, check your hours. What have you got? So I go to check my hours, and it's up by a couple hundred. I said, holy smokes. Yeah, you must have been just letting them watch. He lives in a vehicle also, doing whatever he's doing, and letting the videos run. Thank you, Dave from Get a Van Adventure. So I have Leonard is a drone guy. I'm not too sure about Ronnie Braun or Dan Ed. I don't know if you guys fly drones, or the Born Loser. I don't know if you guys actually fly drones or not. But if you do, you have to check out a program or an app called Drone Harmony. You can be sitting in your house or your van or whatever have you. You don't even have to be online. Well, you have to be online to get the map to come up. It uses Google Map. But what you can do is you can set up waypoints for your drone to fly before you actually head out into the field. So you call up your map, you zoom in to where you want your drone to fly from here to there to there to there to there. What I did was called up the Medicine Hat TP. Eagle VP. Hey, guy from across the pond. How you doing? I'm just explaining a program, not Go4 app for the Mavics or DJI. I guess it could be for almost. I don't know which drones they're good for, which it works with. Not all drones, but anyways, I set up the TP, which is the largest TP in the world. It's I don't know how. It's about 60 meters high and 40 meters wide around or wide. So in Drone Harmony, I was sitting at my place, parking where I get Wi-Fi, called it up on the TP, going around 3 times and going up as it goes around. And then when it finishes, come down and land. So I built that all in the app, first of all, saved it. And then I drove out to the TP on a nice calm day. I did that a few days ago and again today. And I made the center of the TP a point of interest so that it would point. Well, I think it has a flaw or something because the TP would start off one way and then it would go up. As it's going around, it would slowly move this way and then slowly move this way. So it wasn't keeping the center of the TP as a point of interest. So I contacted the company and I says, what's going on here? Like, what am I doing wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Yeah, Eagle VP, check everybody out. If you guys are moderators, like put your own link in there and put our moderators, put your links in, check each other out. Make sure you're subscribed. Get that YouTube algorithm going. So I contacted Drone Harmony, and go check out Drone Harmony also. It is a great program, but to me it had a flaw. So I thought, I don't hear anybody else complaining about that, so it must be something that I'm doing wrong. So I contacted the company and they said, well, there's a new app out. It's called Drone Harmony Mobile. Hi, Camper Vanatic. Hi. Thank you for popping in. I'm just explaining a little bit of drone stuff here for a few of them. I'm going to show you a little bit of the video of what I took and the problem I was having. So they contacted me and they said, download the new app, which I did. I made a new helix around the TP. Flew it again today, in the center of the TP as far as the center of the point of interest. Although the camera on the app is showing it's pointed right at the exact center of the TP, 15 meters up, going around, the camera's all pointing right there, no problem. But when I look at the video or when I actually fly the mission, it doesn't do that. And the mission is totally automatic. You can set the speed that it goes around. The helix, it moves up 1 meter, 2 meters, or 3 meters. It keeps going up. It calculates how high it's got to move up. And you don't even have to touch your controller at all. It just flies the whole thing, and it automatically comes to home and automatically lands. So let me just play this. Let me just see here. Let me play this video and tell me what you think. This is the largest TP in the world. It's supposed to be in Medicine Hat here. Let me just turn off this. And then I'll go to here again. Okay, guys, let's have a look at this this video here and tell me what you think here. Hopefully the audio, there's no audio. Okay, it takes off. It goes to start location, and I'm flying about 100 meters away from this thing. Now you see how the center of the TP is not in the center of the screen. It actually almost goes green. And the point of interest is actually the center of the TP, 15 meters up. So as it gets higher, the camera should start tilting down because that TP is actually 60 meters high. So you see the TP almost goes off screen. When it gets around to the back and to the other side, I guess to my right side as I'm standing on the ground, then it starts getting close to center of screen, but then it starts going off to the other side. So I don't know if it's something that I programmed in there to make it do that. Forum and stuff, it doesn't show. Nobody says I have problems with the Helix. It has a whole bunch of other moves that you can program into it, like a boomerang or all kinds of different things. You can do points of interest as like buildings. It'll do land. It'll follow the land, the terrain. If it's got a hill or something, it'll actually go up over the hill. So it knows where the ground is, and it keeps everything. You use this here as a professional. Like it used to be free. There is still a free version of this, and as far as I'm, free version is fantastic. It'll do whatever you want. But if you're going to use it as a professional for money, to make money from videoing, I think the cheapest one is $33 a month. Now that's a lot of money. If the Helix is not going to work properly, I mean, I wouldn't buy it. So now the TP is off to the left, and the point of interest pointing at is the center of the TP, 15 meters high, which is just below that blue strip around the bottom half of the TP there. That's higher than 15 meters there already. So it might not look that big in the picture, but if you see the vehicles there, it is pretty big. So when I made tutorials 2 years ago on this program extensively, I really didn't do too much Helix, but I did a lot of waypoint flying. I went to different cities. I called up the map, sitting in my van, made a waypoint mission for it to fly. Then I would drive out to that location and just let it go by itself. It does everything on the way you programmed it in. You don't have to touch the controller at all. See, now the TP is way off to the right-hand side again. It should be in the center of the screen. So I emailed them again today and asked them, like, what's going on? Is this me, or is this, did I not program something right? My speed, I set the speed at 16 meters per second. When it gets around the back, it finally starts moving towards the center of the TP again. So I made several tutorials at the time when the app was free. And then they finally decided to start charging for the app. And they said, well, you make the best tutorials that are out there for us. We'll give you a free license for Drone Harmony. They gave me 5 years of free license. And like I said, a license for that thing for 1 year is about $400 for the lowest one, priced one. And now it's going to go around this 3 times. I think this is the second time around. Or I didn't really count, but we'll see. It might go around it again. And this is at 16 meters a second. I don't quite know how fast that is in miles per hour. But the TP itself is, I'm 100 meters away from the thing. So I'm actually 200 meters from edge to edge. and it's got to go around that thing. So 16 meters per second seems kind of slow. But if I'm going to go out like Leonard, flying around the ship to stay centered, and you're flying around the ship, you want the ship to be centered, not off-centered like this. And I find it difficult flying without this app to do that with my thumbs, like to make it go around there and stay in perfect center. So that's why I try to use this app. And this is the first time that I've had problems like that. All those years that I was using it for other, just flying waypoint to waypoint, worked perfect. I would tell the camera where to point. I would tell it to point up and down. Seemed to work perfectly. And I haven't done anything other than just waypoint to waypoint. Sometimes I have 30, 40 waypoints in a mission. And see, now the TP's way off to the right-hand side of the screen again. And we are almost at 60 meters high right here. So you can see how high the TP really is. It's pretty high. And I'm actually in a no-fly zone. The airport is, well, the airport's actually behind us. Yeah, Leonard, I've been practicing manual orbits myself. And the DJI Mavic seems to be too fast as movement, and my thumbs just aren't programmed to go like small movements and to keep it consistent. So I've been trying to program it in a No Limit Drones, an app that I can actually program in the yaw and the pitch and the roll and the altitude and all that. And I've been trying to slow everything down. And there is a mode called Tripod Cinematic mode. In tripod mode, it's nice and smooth, very slow. I think I could use that as a manual orbit. I could stay consistent. And a manual orbit, like going around like this, takes actually 2 sticks. One to continually turn the drone this way, and one to move the drone in a consistent sideways movement, and to keep it the distance same from your object. I think this is as high as it can go, so it's going to start come down and land. And that's in tripod mode, which kind of works, and I've been practicing with that. So let me just see here. Yeah, it's going to come to an end right here. Yeah, now it's going to go back to the landing spot and come down. And that was another thing. I told it to land automatically. Like, there's 2 choices you can pick. You can pick come down and hover, and come down and land. So I said, come down and land. So it comes down to this height right here, which is just a meter or 2 off, and sat there and hovered. It wouldn't land at all. So that was another thing I didn't like that it did. So I must be programming something in there wrong. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to type them in. Oh no, we have lag. Oops. That's not good. I hate it when I get lag myself. I haven't had any lag here on my end yet. Usually Dan N has lag. Not too sure if he has any lag. Doing. Nice to see you. Nice to pop in. I think you missed did you miss the video I was just showing about the TP, flying around the TP, and the app I was using? And I have a Mavic Pro that I use for my drones. I had 2 Mavic Pros. I actually had 3. One landed in a golf course, and I couldn't get it, and it got rained on, and it got ruined. The battery got ruined, and so I had another one. I had two, and I just sold that one just last week to a couple of guys, couple of brothers, and I called them earlier or later that week and said, "How's the drone flying?" They said, "Oh, great, it's flying great." So it only had a few hours on it, and I sold it for a loss, of course. And let me just pop this up here for you again. This is the end of the video. I won't play it again. It's a little bit long, you see, but because that's the largest TP in the world. It is 60 meters high, and I don't know how many meters across, but it is quite large. And I flew my drone to 60 meters high, 64 meters high. So I don't know how many feet that is, but it's quite high, quite big. And I'm 100 meters away from it. So diameter circle that I'm flying is about 2. It's way out over right about here is where I'm flying over, way around, and right here. So, oh boy, you guys, I haven't come and visited you guys for a little while. I've been having a little bit of problems. I was kind of down in the dumps there for a while. My video was suffering. So I started back Thursdays and then Sunday live stream. You have an unrelated question, camper. What is it? I'm thinking about driving to Cranbrook on my way to Vancouver instead of using the number 1. Is it a good highway? Now, okay, Highway 1 is great. Kenneth, how you doing there, Kenneth? Highway 1 is great. Now, when you're coming from the east, there's Highway 1. Now it splits. It goes Highway 1 or Highway 3, and you can go all the way to where it meets up again at Hope. Now, if you go Highway 1 and the Coquihalla Highway, great. I mean, the Highway 1 is a bit bumpy and a bit treacherous at times, but I mean, it's not a bad highway. Highway 3 is very scenic. It's more straight up and straight down as far as Cranbrook. That's where I got my fishing. I didn't have a BC fishing license, and I got caught fishing there when I wasn't supposed to. So I got a $200 fine for fishing at Cranbrook. But there is one spot. There is one spot along Highway 3 where it's, when you're going to Vancouver, it is, you go up a steep 70-degree incline for quite a few kilometers, something like 10 kilometers. But the other side, when you start going down, it's 17 kilometers of a 7-degree decline. And I remember when I was there, I was looking at my phone, and some lady said she had smoke coming out from under her vehicle when she got near the bottom there, and she was wondering what was going on. And if you don't know how to go down a hill like that, fire, actually, you got to learn to gear down and not ride your brakes the whole way. Is put your brakes on, gear right down, let the engine slow you down. But because of the incline, your vehicle will still speed up faster than what it can hold you back. So then you apply your brakes again, and just don't put your foot on the brakes the whole way. And if you want to, there's pull-offs, so you can pull off to the side and wait a little bit. So 3 is a beautiful way to go. It's there's lots of stuff to see there, as opposed to Highway 1. Once you get to Highway 1, if you go that way, you can turn off and go the Coquihalla Highway. There is some quite a long, for miles, kilometers and kilometers, a grade that goes up and down, but it's the highway's like 120 kilometers an hour. So, and it's a 2-lane highway. It's nice sailing through there, but not much to see. So if you like things to Vancouver, I might go Highway 3 this time myself. Like I said, my van makes it through there no problem. So it's a great way to go. So we got Kenneth Fordman is in the house, and Ray's in the house, Camper Vanatic, Dan N. I don't know who else is still in the house or not, but we had Leonard from JSK Enterprise was here. He's still here or not? And if there is any moderators in here and you want to shout out your channel, go for it. I would appreciate that. And if you want, you can shout out any other channel that's in here that you would like to. Yeah, Camper, if you've gone the Highway 1 several times, you know what that looks like and what it feels like. Highway 3 is the same. It's fairly. There are some places, through where it's really rocky. I forget the names of the towns there, where it's like a lot of mountainous area, not necessarily up and down mountainous, but narrow. And there's places where they have what do you call that? The trucks can go off the side and go up kind of a real incline because of the steep. It's a brake checking thing. If they lose their brakes, they have part off the highway to stop them. Otherwise, there is no stopping, and there's no guardrails on the side either. If you go over the edge, that's it, and it's quite steep in some places. Oh yeah, you can get gas anywhere. You want to fill up your gas station. If you look on a Google map, fill up your gas just before you hit BC, if you have to, or make sure that you fill up before you hit BC, because I made that mistake once. There was still in Alberta, and gas was, I don't know, can't remember what it was, $1.20 or something at the time. And then I thought, well, I got to get gas. I'll go for the next town. Well, the next town was in BC, and the price of the gas was $1.40 something, almost $1.50. So I thought, what? I didn't want to drive back to Alberta to get gas. So, and then once you hit Vancouver, I don't know what it is right now, but it's more than likely $1.50 something. But if you're living in a van like I do, your rent is your gas, and if you don't drive around too much, your rent is still pretty cheap. I didn't find it. I mean, at early COVID times, it was like $1.30 something, not so bad. Gas prices at gas stations, not all of them, but if you know the right ones, at night, like at 10 o'clock at night till early in the morning is when the gas price goes down. So you learn to go to the gas station at midnight. You fill up your tank then, because during the day, it's almost like 10, 15 cents, 20 cents more during the day. So they don't do that here in Medicine Hat. Gas is just priced what it is. It's all day, all night. That's the same price. Where to go in Vancouver, there's lots of places that the price of gas drops. Use Gas Buddy or whatever you want to find the cheapest gas. And From what I hear, though, they're really starting to clamp down on on parking overnight. I guess I could pop some of these up here to see what people are saying and what's going on here. Okay, you're going with your daughter this time. Who's doing the driving, or are you sharing the driving? I wouldn't be too worried about Highway 3, especially in the summer. You should have no problems. And besides, last year when I went to Vancouver, I took Highway 3, and I took my time. I started July the 8th, leaving Medicine Hat, and I wanted to get to Vancouver. 2 cars. I wanted to get to Vancouver by my birthday, which is July 31st. So it took me a whole month to get from Medicine Hat to Vancouver. I ended up in Vancouver on July the 30th. So on my birthday, the 31st, I met my friends. We went out for supper. Oh, that's a story. We went out for supper to a little, now get this, I call Vancouver and Burnaby and Surrey and all the other towns, cities, you just go across the street and you're from Vancouver to Burnaby. Vancouver, the whole of Vancouver, Greater Vancouver, has everything included. So Vancouver is such a huge place. So when we went out for supper. We went to a little place called Double D's. It doesn't mean what you think it is. It's Dan and Darren or something. 2 brothers have a Pizza Hut and a spaghetti pasta place. My friend said, "Okay, we'll go out to this place for supper," and they only open at 4:00 in the afternoon. So we went there, sat down, and I hear some lady behind me saying it was her birthday today, which was July the 31st. So I turned around and I said, "What? It's your birthday today?" I said, "So is mine. Mine was today." I said, "What a coincidence. Here we are in this huge city, both at the same place at the same time, and we both have our birthdays." And he overheard that and he said, "What? Today is my birthday." So there was 3 of us that had a birthday on July 31st. We were in the same place. 2-3 million people that there in the same little area of town, and there we were all in this little place with this birthday at the same date. So I asked the lady, or the guy, says, "How old are you?" I think I was 65 at that time. 68 years old that day. The guy was 58, and the lady was 48. So it was 10 years difference between each of us. Exactly 10 years. It was quite the phenomenon. It was quite the deal. And everybody was saying that the whole staff was sort of clapping and cheering. They couldn't believe this, what they were hearing. And I said, "Well, I got to go buy a lottery ticket or something because this is unbelievable." I never did, but that was quite a. Hey, Tim, MoBang FoYoBucks. Thanks for popping in, you guys. So yeah, I guess I told that story last year, as soon as it happened. But yeah, I would, if you're taking 2 cars, I wouldn't worry about it. Take your time. What I did was I calculated where I was going to go so that I always stayed on Crown land. I didn't have to pay. I'm a real cheap guy. I don't like to pay. When I was a kid and we went camping, we never paid. There was no such free always. And then they just started to charge for camping. And when you go camping, I mean, who wants to pay $50 a night to camp somewhere for one night? Like, I pay less than that living in a sticks and bricks house per day. Like, $50 a day for 30 days. That's $1,500 a month. $1,550 if you're going for 31 days. Like, my goodness, that's way too high. A good place to stop, first is Frank Slide. That's a good place to stop and see the amount of rock that came down off of that mountain and squashed the town or part of the town. Timbo Biggins, well, hello. Thank you for popping in, my friend. This is simply amazing. You guys will have to check each other out, your channels, and subscribe. Subscribe, get your watch hours up. I have, like I said, Ghetto Van Adventures from Canada. He's running all my playlists continuously. He says, I'm trying to help you get your watch hours up. And it worked, or it's working. He runs all my playlist videos, and I looked at my watch hours, and wow, unbelievable. Like, I mean, how much does it take? Each video is between 8 to 12 minutes long. It takes a long time to get. Yeah, Frank Slide is Frank Slide is on Highway 3. Beautiful place. There are some rocks there that are bigger than a house. And I could just imagine when that mountain came down, what those people heard and felt. It was, I mean, there's a storyboard there telling you about what happened. And it didn't squash the whole town, but it made pretty good. There was a newborn baby that was found still alive on top of all the rocks and what have you. And a few survivors, and a lot of people are just, there's like tons and tons of rock came down. And when you look up there, the whole side of the mountain is, and the highway, there's a little creek that runs through there. And the creek still runs through there. It's funny how water can work its way and find its way and still continue to run through there. But you drive right between, or right in amongst the rocks, the mountains on one side with a slide down, and then across the highway and way down the valley on the other side. And I don't know when that happened. Many will see how nature is trying to make a comeback with the trees. There's still not many trees growing on where the slide came down. 400 to 500 watch hours per month. I don't know how to even find that. When I go look at my algorithm, I just put in 365 days and look, and I've got 1,400 watch hours. So to get to 4,000 watch hours, I got to double what I got. So I think that's doubling my videos. I don't get many people watching my videos though either. So, and I don't really push for watch hours so much. I don't really care about monetizing as much as some people do. It's just that stupid carrot that YouTube hangs in front of your nose, like 1,000 subscribers. Here's a carrot, 1,000 subscribers. And if you don't even care about subscribers or watch hours, you still strive to get there. So I made it to 1,000 subscribers, but I'm so far behind in watch hours that it does me no good to even try. It would take too long. And even if I get to 4,000 watch hours, what is that going to give me? That'll give me a few bucks a month. Even if it gives you $200 to $300 a month, drive for. I mean, yeah, okay, $300 a month is $300 a month. That would be nice, cool. That would work. That would pay my gas for the month, I suppose. But it's not like anything. It's if you want money for to make a living, then get a real job, as far as I'm concerned, unless you have like 1 million some odd subscribers and make it worth your while. And like I said, I only get less than 100 people watching my videos. I need to get more people watching my videos, then my watch hours would go up a bit. Tim says $36 a month, maybe. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think you're monetized, aren't you, Tim? And I don't want to ask you how much you're making, but at least you're making something. I mean, I don't care whether it's pennies or dollars. At least it's something. So, and I have people trying to help me out. Like, believe it or not, Ghetto Van Adventures, which is, he's a Canadian. He's on the eastern. He's in Manitoba, Quebec playlist. He just puts them on and lets them run one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. And I don't know if he can do that several times, whether it counts, or does it only work that if someone watches all your videos, is that the end? He can't watch them all again, and it goes up another hour for those, or another hours for those. I don't know how that works. But then again, like I said, I'm not really striving too much. I just put 2 videos out a week. And I said, like, I'm lucky. If you look at my videos, you can see that there's 30, 40 watches, 40 people watching. Now get this. I have, let's say, an even 1,000 subscribers. And I look at my videos and I'm getting 30 people watching. Then I look at my algorithm and it says that less than half of those 30 people are non-subscribers, which means there's watching my videos. The rest are non-subscribers. So you have to have subscribers that are dedicated to you, that want to watch your videos. I mean, otherwise they're not subscribers. I mean, if you're gonna subscribe to somebody, then watch their channel, I guess. And I'm subscribed to. It's pretty hard for me even that I can't watch them all, and I miss some for weeks. I just can't get there. Yeah. Okay. Another thing, people are starting to put out short. They're called shorts. So I looked up shorts. Shorts are anything from 60 seconds and less. Now, when you put up a short, YouTube does not even pay you for that. Even if you're monetized, they won't pay you for shorts. It's totally irrelevant to put up a short. You can get watch time for that if you have 1,000 people that watch that 60 seconds and they watch it for that whole minute. They watch that whole thing. You don't even get money for that. You don't get nothing. They take it away from you. And now they're trying to put up people that were monetized, and they were putting up ads. That's what pays you, is the ads. That's how you get money. So people would start, they'd say, okay, now I can monetize, and YouTube will put an ad up right at the beginning for you, whether you want to or not. It's up there. So some people say, oh, I get more money if there's ads. So they put an ad. I hate that. Like, to me, that's, if you're under 1,000 subscribers and under, to me, it's like begging for money. If you want to beg for money, like, I won't watch your videos. If you're going to start begging YouTube or your subscribers to pay you money and stuff, then I don't even want to watch. I don't mind you putting up a PayPal thing, which I have on my homepage. If you want to send me some money to help me out, fine and dandy, go to my PayPal, my Pay Me, and donate a few dollars, and I will put every penny back into equipment or traveling, or if you want. That's why I put up that last video about I'm changing my banner. I want to change things so that what I'm putting out is what people want to watch. The only one person that helped me out a lot, there was a lot of people that commented and said what they want, and I'm trying to do that. It's not like I just hear what they say and it's gone. But Karen from Prairie Life came and said, let's get together on StreamYard and let's talk. And I don't know if she was a teacher or is a teacher, but my God, that woman, she is really good. She knows what it takes to make YouTube work for her. And she gave me all these hints and tips and everything. And I'm trying to do a little bit of what she says. It's just simply amazing of her attitude and my videos. And she says, Wayne, a long time ago, you had over 100 views on every video. And what happened to Nomadic Vanman? He's gone. He's lost. I don't like to even watch your videos, she says. You're nice, it's good, it's perfect, but it could be done in another way. And she was explaining, and I did try to make a couple of videos where you do everything to the beat of the music. And yes, okay, I would change the scene to a different scene right at some beat, and I would do this. The video looked good, but man, did it ever take a long time and hard work to edit that video. So yeah, I'm unemployed, I'm old, I know that. And she said she works, she comes home, she makes supper, she does everything for her family, and yet she can sit down and edit a video. She says, why can't you do that? You have nothing better to do. I know what makes a great video for me. I'm either too lazy or I don't really care. I do know what makes a good video. I do know what makes a good drone footage video. And I do have all the time to do it. I don't know why I don't do it. I just have no idea. Oh, let me just put this picture up here one more time just to show you the TP, the Medicine Hat TP, which is, what does that say? 90% of people who watch my videos are not subscribers. Yeah, when you go, me too. When I go through my algorithm, it shows 20% of my views are subscribers. So 80% of my views are non-subscribers, and they find my whatever by searching through YouTube or searching through Google. Now, my thumbnails, that was another thing. My thumbnails had a nice picture of always what's in the video, none of this clickbait shit. It's just I hate clickbait with a passion. Yeah, Karen is great. Karen, Ray, you hit the nail right on there. Karen is fantastic. She knows a lot. She gave me shit about how my video. She said, Wayne, you know what to do. You are a photographer. You are a drone guy. You know what to do. Why don't you get back? You lost Nomadic Vanman. He's gone. What happened to him? So I thought about it and I said, you know what? She's right. She's absolutely right. I'm not reading what's going on here. Yeah, but YouTube is my hobby also, and because I'm unemployed, I might do a few more things than others might do, and I do a lot less than others do. If you want to make YouTube your big hobby and you want to become monetized and you want to make a few dollars, then that's good for you. I mean, I'll pat you on the back for that. That's not that. I first met Ray here and Marshall. They were both way below me as far as subscribers and watch time and all watch hours. And look at them now today. That's only a few months ago. Like, I'll pat them on the back for that. That's fantastic. It's not that I'm trying to say, oh well, gee, I mean, you guys are whatever you think it is. That's not it. It's just that I find, I don't know why, I have all the time in the world to do things, and I still don't. I do know what makes a good video, and I do know what makes good. I don't know what makes good content, because if I had good content, I would have absolutely more views, wouldn't I? So the idea is I made my thumbnails according to TubeBuddy. And if you want to go to TubeBuddy, look up tubebuddy.com/Nomadic Vanman so that I get some sort of credit for that. And TubeBuddy is free, and if you want to pay for it like I did, then go ahead, by all means. But go through TubeBuddy/Nomadic Vanman so that I can get some credit. So anyways, TubeBuddy says, and so does vidIQ, they say, here's, make a thumbnail, looks like this, comes right out of your video, is not clickbait. You put big words across the top, and I picked, well, because my old channel was King Tut Hut, I put color of sand or yellowish kind of colors, orange, as my title words, and I made them big so that you could see the words. And then Karen comes along, and she says, those kind of thumbnails are long gone. They're past. Don't put those on anymore. I won't look at your video. And I figured, what? So according to her, she doesn't like those. According to another person, they might say, no, put the big words on there. Advertise what you're doing on your thumbnails. And I figured, well, what is the right way? For some ways, certain things work good for some people. It might not work for everyone. There is no one single person on YouTube that can tell you how to make a great channel. Although it's pretty hard to make your own stuff, because it's all been done already. It's all been on YouTube. So it's just like you're following someone no matter what. So you just stay with who you are. And if you look back at my videos way back when, I even said way back when that I don't care about monetization. I don't care about watch hours. I don't care about anything. I sort of do, but what I really like is views and comments. I love the comment part, because that means somebody out there is actually watching my videos and has enough time and sense to comment to me and either ask questions or tell me what I'm doing wrong, tell me what I'm doing right. I appreciate that more than anything else. That's why the thumbs up and thumbs down with the numbers mean a lot to me. I love the thumbs down. I mean, nobody wants to get thumbs down, but thumbs down means something to me. If only those then comment and say what it was that made them give me the thumbs down. They don't have to feel bashful or sorry, or they can hate me all they want. Giving me a thumbs down doesn't hurt me. As far as the algorithm says, okay, here's your thumbs up and here's your thumbs down. What's the difference between the two? That's what they worry about. They don't care whether it's a thumbs up or down. It's only the difference between the two, that I've got 90% between, or I got 80% or 100% thumbs up, or whatever the difference is. That's what they care about. And as a matter of fact, when you give a thumbs down to someone, the algorithm that person looking at that and gives me a thumbs down, YouTube looks at them and says, why did you give that guy a thumbs down? We're not going to put that kind of content out for you anymore. We're going to stop giving you comments like that. It hurts them more than it does me. That's why trolls, if you're monetizing, trolls will make you more money than subscribers do, for a simple reason. all your subscribers may not come and watch you all the time. They may not comment to you all the time, but a troll, he hates you and because he wants to troll you. So he comes, he clicks on your videos, he gives you the thumbs down, he might make even a comment. Now he's given you a whole bunch of things that the algorithm looks at and says, whatever it is, he clicked on your video, whether it be a second or two, he still clicked on your video, he's giving you money, and your subscribers might not do that. Oh, Camper Vanatic says exactly. And now, don't take my word for it. I'm just one out of millions and millions and millions of subscribers. They might not be exactly right. For me, it's right. And that's all I care about is me. I'm doing all kinds of things wrong because if I was doing everything right, I would have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So Ray says 100%. I don't know what you mean by that, Ray. Like, is that 100% right or 100% wrong? Or am I blowing smoke out of my ass? Or okay, let me just see here. Did you know that when you watch certain, I don't know what certain means, which YouTube creators, YouTube recommends your video to the subscriber from that YouTube creator. Yeah, I know what you mean there. Piece of advice that I've learned, I don't know if it's good for everyone, it might be good for me, is find out what your niche is. My niche is like all what I've got there. It's photography, it's drone stuff, it's van dwelling, and it's interviews with other van dwellers. So those are my kind of niche things. So what I do is I go on YouTube and I type in, using TubeBuddy, something that is related to my niche to find out what kind of scale it is, whether it's high or low. Then I go to not the people that are highest in that thing. I go to the ones that are the lowest subscribers in there, not the highest ones. I go to the ones that are the lowest and I watch their videos and comment. I'll be the first one to comment on every video they put out, whether it's one a week, one a month, one whatever. Go and comment, be the first one to comment and tell them how good they are. That puts YouTube looking at that and puts your channel to others that have that same kind of niche. Yes, it might work with the guys that are very high. Timbo Biggins says, great advice, Tim. More bang for your bucks. Absolutely right. Well, what does Ray say here? Yeah, yeah. See, now Ray's doing really well. Fantastic. I mean, jumping up by subscribers and watch hours, like, I wish I had that. And I could do everything that Ray does, and it wouldn't work for me. That's the thing. I mean, Ray would probably say, no, here, do this, do this, do this, do this. I can use and try to work it in with me, but that's another thing. I don't want to copycat. You know, I'm trying to stay true to myself also. Oh, Kenneth puts a big paragraph in here. Thumbs down still counts as interaction, and people will still watching and promoting your video. In what I learned from Nomadic Experience or Nomadic Experience yesterday. Yeah, Nomadic, he only started just a little while ago, and look at the subscribers and look at what he's doing. It's fantastic. I love his live streams and how he does his live streams. It's just fantastic. And thumbs up and thumbs down really do make a difference. And if you put the words on there instead of the count, I mean, that's okay if you want to do that. I don't know what the it's, I think maybe it's because if you don't want people to see the actual count, the number, so that it creates a frenzy that people are putting thumbs down. Why did they put a thumbs down? I'm going to do that too. Blah, 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 blah. A whole bunch of thumbs down. I don't know if trolls are doing the thumbs down. It would be nice to know who gave me the thumbs down. You can't find out who gave you that thumbs down. There's just no way. But for me, for my personal opinion, is showing the number there. Well, yeah, I guess, I don't know. Showing the number, does that mean anything to anyone? Except it means something to me. The number doesn't count. The amount of doesn't count to me. It's a lot. That okay, there was something about that video, that one person or 2 or 3 or however many thumbs down you got. What was it? And you can go in your algorithm and you can see the spike on where people are watching, where they're not watching, what they're doing. You can see when it's really low, but something in the people had left the video. They didn't want to watch this part, or they left. And now all of a sudden people are showing up and the spike going up. So you look at the video at that point in time and you see, and if you could put all those points of time together at the high points and put them all together in one video, that'd be perfect. It's up, people are watching. And I know that live streams really do help as far as watch time. If you've got, I have less than double digits in my live streams. As you can see, I think I've got 6 in there right now, and I think 8 or 9 was the highest at one point. But let's say I can keep interest of 10 people for 1 hour. That's 10 hours of watch time that I have. So if I could get a whole bunch of people in my live streams, that would be okay. But how do you do that? You put, I don't want to go out and say, contact all my subscribers and say, come on to my my live stream, help me out. Like, they either come or they don't. So, oh, I missed MoBang FoYoBucks here. What does he say? Ray is good at live streams. There's no doubt about it. Right on. Yeah, you do whatever. And yeah, that's another thing. All my people, all my so-called subscriber friends that do come to my event on my videos, I always go and watch one of your videos right away and comment back, because those are my family. Those are my friends. And when I talk to the camera, I can actually almost see them out there, standing out there, and I'm talking to them. So I really appreciate all my, if it wasn't for my family and friends on there, I wouldn't have people coming and watching my videos. And I do have Camper Vanatic, has been with me for a long time, watches all my videos, every single one that I know of so far. And usually always how I can tell is because she, yeah, when I'm stuck in Medicine Hat here, I feel because this is my hometown, I don't go out and drive around and video the things, because to me it feels like this is my home. My hometown. My home is my van, but it's my friends on YouTube. That's right. My traveling videos suck, he said. And another one that always comes to my videos, to every single one, is Ghetto Van Adventure, Dave. And he's really trying to help me out a lot by watching my playlist. And that's another thing. I got to work on my playlist. I got to break it up into. I put all my diesel heater stuff, how to heat your van, how to do this on your van, and keep that all in one group, and then put some other ones, geocaching ones, all in one, like from day one. Oh, finding joy. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Finding joy. I just saw one of your videos just today or yesterday. So I do watch. And yeah, Dave from Get a Van Adventure is, I know Camper Vanatic watches a lot of my videos. He just put it on and let it go through one after the other, without commenting. I don't mind that. You don't have to comment every single one, but finding joy. Everybody is saying hi. So, and if there is some moderators out there who want to pop in your link, please, by all means, do so. You might get a couple of people stopping over and saying hi, and if you don't know each other, I suppose most of you do. And I was explaining a little bit about drones. I had, let me just put the picture back on there again, just so that any newcomers can see the teepee, the Medicine Hat teepee, which is, I think, to this very top part right here, at the very not the very tip, but the very top, it's about 60 meters high, so it's pretty high. And I flew around this teepee with a helix using a program called Drone Harmony, which is mostly for the DJI drones. I don't know whether it works for every drone, but when I first started with this company, it was a free app. They still have a free part, which you can do just about everything with that. But now it's like, for the lowest cost for the program is like $33 a month. Probably more for business-minded people that are using their drones for money. So that was the Drone Harmony program that I used, and I did like a slow helix around the TP. Was going at 16.9 per second around the TP, and it did three circles around it, and then came back and landed. You don't have to do anything with your controller at all. You just use Drone Harmony, and you say, you build your waypoints, you build your mission, and then you just say go, and it goes by itself. You can just sit back and watch. You don't have to do anything with your controller. And you program everything in there, where you want the gimbal to be, where you want the camera to be pointed at. There was something about, I was telling, the airport is straight behind the TP at the moment. So it's in a no-fly zone, because the one landing strip, they never use. The runway goes right close to the TP, but airplanes can't fly lower than this anyways, and I'm 60 meters up. I don't think I'm past the legal height, but yeah, I love footage. I don't take enough. Alberta here is either too cold, too windy, or too rainy. It doesn't give you, you can't. Nona Grace is in the house, guys. Nona Grace, the chicken lady. She's in the house. Yeah, it's supposed to be the largest TP in the world. There you go. Leonard just posted a link. I don't know whose channel is that. If that's your own, you can post everybody's link in there if you want, if you take the time. I guess I could too, but usually I have StreamYard up instead of the Google thing, so I could go look, I suppose. This is supposed to be the largest TP in the world. And I don't know if it is or not. You can see how small the cars are here. And right now it's doing its final turn. And then it's going to come and land. It'll, like I said, you can build the whole mission of where you want to fly, and I can sit in my van anywhere as long as I get Wi-Fi, because it uses Google Maps you need to download it, go in there by themselves once you get Wi-Fi, and then you build your mission from waypoint to waypoint to waypoint. And I just said, give me a helix around this TP at 100 meters away, and give me 3 turns all the way up, going up. I think I'm at 64 meters right here high. So that's just above the TP. So you can tell how high that is. And now it's going to center out and then go down and land. Yeah, you can see my van there. You can see how small it is compared to the TP. That's a huge TP. And I do have a couple videos out of the TP, but there, and that is it. That's another short video of the TP. But I had contacted the company because there was a couple concerns. I told it you can when it's finished the mission, come down and hover, and then you land it yourself wherever you want, or fly away and do some more stuff, or you can tell it to automatically land. And I told this one to automatically land, but it didn't automatically land. It just sat there and hovered. So that could be something that I programmed wrong. Okay, where was that? MoBang FoYoBucks. MoBang FoYoBucks says, do you create content? And she says, no, she doesn't, not yet at the moment. Maybe when she goes to Vancouver. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, everybody's typing so fast here. Fairy dust. Weep the wild winds. Look at this. Fairy dust. Look at that. Great. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you all very, very, very much, actually. And everybody's saying hi. Thank you. That's great. Take it then that's you. Everyone knows everyone here. And if you'd like, JSK Enterprise last week was the winner of the game that we played online for 3 weeks in a row, or was a word scrambled game. And he was the final winner. So he won an Amazon gift card, which I had sent him. Canada, he's from the States. I sent it through Amazon.ca, which I maybe could have sent it through Amazon.com instead, but I sent it through Amazon.ca. Didn't read anything. I just sent the card, sent it to his email. He got it. He accepted it. And then he emails me and said, something's wrong. I can't even spend it. Not even in Canadian, not even in the .ca account. So I tried to get a hold of Amazon to figure out what. So it was a little bit of complication from both of us. I probably sent it to him wrongly, and he tried to collect it wrongly or something. But it didn't quite work that well. So, but it worked out in the end, and he at least got to spend it. So that word game was a lot of fun to play. We played it. MoBang FoYoBucks was there. Camper Vanatic was there. They all played. As a matter of fact, MoBang, Tim, and Camper Van Attic was, and then Leonard from JSK Enterprise and Marshall and Dan N were winners from the second one. And then we had a playoff last week, and Leonard, JSK Enterprise, won that one. And well, I think because I don't actually go out and look for numbers on COVID, I don't really even know that the virus is here. The lockdown, yeah, okay. You can't go a certain place. You can't eat in certain place. You can't even sit outside in there. There's a place called Denny's, right? I'm parked right beside Denny's. They opened up 2 days before the lockdown started. So they hired a whole bunch of staff, ordered a whole bunch of food, set the place up, and started serving people. And then the lockdown came. They couldn't serve inside anymore. So what did they do? They built an outside and lockdown came, you can't even sit outside and eat. So they didn't shut down. They could still do out deliveries and stuff. But can you imagine? You spend all this money, you hire a bunch of staff, and now you can't even. It just doesn't work. Like, I just hate the virus because of certain things. Like, because you can't do that, and the government says jump, and you have to say how high. Like, what do we do? Like, not. You still have to wear a mask. You still have to be just like everyone else. There's not. If you don't wear a mask, thinking that you're not going to give it to someone, I've come up across 2 people so far that actually had the virus and didn't know they had it. The only way that they found out is because one girl in Vancouver, she had 3 jobs and she lost one. So she went to another job. Now that third job that she went to said you have to get tested. Ray is going to step out. He'll be right back. And she got tested. And the doctor looked at her and says, you have the virus. So she didn't even know she had the virus. And there are lots of people out there that don't know they have it. So if they're not wearing masks, now a mask does not stop you from getting the virus. It stops you from giving the virus. And what really pisses my ass off is when people wear a mask and they got their nose sticking out. And they say they can't breathe. Well, I guess wear that other kind, the clear thing that goes around your face where it doesn't cover your nose like that. But if you're going to wear a mask, then wear it over your nose like you're supposed to, or take it off completely. Like, why are you breathing through your nose? You're passing if you got the virus, you don't know whether you have it or not. Even if you get a shot, that doesn't prevent you from getting the virus. People have still got the virus and died from it, even though they got the antivirus shot. Is I don't want it. I don't want something put into my body that's a synthetic that they don't even know anything about yet. It's the first antivirus thing that came along that they don't know anything about. It was the fastest one that it's a synthetic. It tells your DNA that this is what the virus looks like. I'm sorry, guys, that this is just my opinion. I don't mean to belittle anybody that has got the antivirus shot and you're protected. You are protected a lot more than me anyways. But when you get the antivirus, it affects your DNA. It changes your DNA to tell your DNA that, oh, here's what the virus looks like. If you do get the virus comes in, and now it can attack it because it knows what it looks like. So, but I just don't want that to happen to my DNA. It's not that some people say, well, we're all getting chipped. Bill Gates is giving us the chip. And they'll follow. I don't think that'll ever happen anyway. I think, I mean, they say when you get the antivirus, you get 2 shots. And some people say that usually it's the second one that you feel a little funny. You can feel it. Now that's telling your body that it is working, that it's affecting you and it's starting to change your system. There's no doubt about it. It probably protects you. I just don't like the fact of what it does. That's just my opinion. So, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I don't want to say don't get the antivirus, like, because that's not what I'm about. It's just that's right. The big guy upstairs. If he wants to call me tomorrow, I kicked my butt for a day and a half. What do you mean you kicked your butt for a day and a half? Did you get the antivirus thing and you kicked yourself for doing it or not doing it? Or I went out camping with my sister. The thing about the virus came up, and I didn't want to say anything until I kind of find out how they viewed the virus and the antivirus shot and viewed everything before I opened my mouth. We were all on the same page. But the thing is, we all know now that the numbers of the amount of people that are killed by this virus, the numbers are so inflated because the government will pay you a lot of money if you can say that by the virus. I've heard stories of one lady, her family, she died of something. She just died of old age. She died of other complications, not the virus. But the hospital offered to say that if they would give them $1,000 if they could claim her under the antivirus, or the antivirus, if they could claim her that the virus that COVID killed her. A substantial amount of money. So that's one instance. Now the thousands and thousands of people that died actually from it, and there's no doubt about it. It is killing people. The COVID is a real thing. I know that. But the numbers that they gave and the reasons that to me it's no more harmful to you than a real bad flu. Like all those other flus are still out there. SARS is still out there. The swine flu. They are still there, and COVID will be here forever too. It's just people will naturally become immune to it. It takes time, but you will naturally become immune to that, and slowly but surely it will just more or less disappear, and it'll be out there just like any other virus that's still out there. It's not eradicated for good, that's for sure. Saskatchewan there have the AZ anti-flu shot. Here in Alberta, or Medicine Hat anyway, that they have the Pfizer one. I don't know if these are different, or is one better than the other. I don't even know. But I like the way Saskatchewan is doing their thing, where Karen from Prairie Life, she just drove in her car. They asked for a certain age group to come out. They drove in their car. They went into a building in their car. They got got the shot outside they should stay out there for 15 minutes to make sure that they were okay. After 15 minutes, they got to go home. They didn't even have to get out of their vehicle. They should do that here. Now, I could go get a shot, but I'd have to phone in and make an appointment. But then it's in like pharmacies and stuff. I still don't want to get it though. Yeah, and people are still getting money from the government for the virus, and they don't want to work. There's a lot of companies that are begging for people to come to work, but they don't want to work. They make more money staying safe as opposed to going to work. I saw that on the news the other day. Just, wow, all these companies and they're paying you more than a minimum wage. They want to pay you more money, but nobody really wants to work. Probably in Canada, States, where I saw that. I don't know. Maybe we should maybe we should get off the topic of the virus, and we could talk about this all day long. I had the Pfizer one, but never went back for the Pfizer 2. Heard good and bad. Oh, the Bass and Bass about weight outweighs the good. Okay. So I'm darned if I do and darned if I don't. I mean, I'm not saying don't go get the virus, antivirus. I'm not saying do. My personal humble opinion is I just don't want. It's the all other viruses before this one, all of them took years to make, not just months like this one did. But they are the dead virus. They give you a shot, you get the flu shot, and it's the dead virus that's in there. And now your virus looks like the swine virus, all those other ones. This is the first virus that came along that's not the dead virus. It's a synthetic thing that tells your DNA that this is what the virus looks like. It's called RNA or something. And it actually goes into your DNA and cuts the little thing between the two helix things there and puts this code in there and says, here's what the virus looks like. Where those little, that's why you see these are the things that attack you, those little things that poke out. They connect onto your cells and go to your lungs and make you like you're drowning. That'd be a horrible way to go. But that's what your DNA does. It tells that part of your body that that this is what the virus looks like, so that if the virus ever does come along, that it knows what it looks like and it starts attacking it and whatever it does. I don't know if I put that up or not, and then took it down. But anyway, and they even do give you incentives, yes, to get the antivirus shot. Like they'll give you free tickets to a ball game and free beer, and then you can sit out in the open with everybody else. You can sit over there, that everybody that's got the antivirus shot. Great. If you still got the virus, well, you got to sit way over there away from everybody else, and they don't give you nothing. You got to pay. So what does that kind of tell you? Why would they say give you like? I know there's a conspiracy theory about chipping people. Bill Gates was the head of it, and he's going to chip everybody that gets the virus because they want to control you. They want, if you don't work so many hours a day, or if you don't do something, they're going to stop you from getting green stamps or food or whatever. I mean, you know what? I wouldn't even mind getting chipped if it meant only to do with my health. that they can do whatever. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind even chips that would go in and attack certain, like cancer or something. They put it in your system, and all these little robots or whatever they are, they go and attack the cancer. I wouldn't mind that. But to chip me without me knowing it is a different story. And then to even chip me because I have to, like they said, well, you can't travel unless you got the antivirus. You can't do this. And even if you do get the shot, you still have to do what everybody else is doing that don't have it. You still have to wear a mask. You still have to abide by all the rules and laws that everybody else is following, even if they don't have the antivirus. So, and if the thing is that wearing a mask over and they say your nose, your mouth, and your chin. Now, those ones that clear things that go around your face, to me, are not a mask. There's holes all the way around the thing. And if you have the virus and you're breathing it out, it's just going in the air. The idea is that a mask will not stop you from getting the virus, or yeah, it won't stop you from getting the virus, but it'll stop you from giving the virus to someone. So that's the whole idea. And there's a lot of people that don't know that they have the virus, and yet they do, until they go get tested. And then they'll say, you had the virus. Fairy Dust is saying hello to Timbo Begins. Right on. Putting this on there, say, takes so long to. It's like I have a big lag in the thing of what's going on. So, guys, I'm sorry to say that my live stream is not doing as well as it should, and it's too bad, but live streams really do help. And I've been on for an hour and a half now, and anybody that's been on here for that whole time has helped my hour count participating, and I do appreciate each and every one of you a lot. You're all contributing, whether you know it or not. You may go watch one of my videos and not watch it to the end and watch a few seconds of it and say, oh, this is not for me today, or what have you. That only gives me, and especially if the video is like less than 10 minutes, it gives me a minute or two of your time on my watch hours. But here, you sat here all this time, and you've given me, and Fordman's still, he says he's still here. He's been sitting in the background patiently waiting. And Leonard is still here. Wow, Leonard was here, and Fordman and Camper, you guys have all been here for quite a while. I do appreciate each and every. Today is the first day of a nice day. And where I am parked, there's kind of a bit of a prairie out there. And there's two hotels on each side, and a bit of a prairie in between, and no houses that way for. Open the door, and there's an adult rabbit. And it's quite a ways away, I would say 30 meters away. And I open the door, and poof, it takes off a little ways, and then it stops and looks, and then it runs a little bit farther, and it keeps going. But there's this little baby one. When I open my door, he comes running right up to me. And I was, if you can judge this distance, my shoulder width distance away from me. That's how close. He comes right up. I guess I could try lettuce or carrot. I mean, you always see rabbits with carrots. But, thank you guys for all being here. Amazing. But this little guy is so small, and he's friendlier than ever. As a matter of fact, if I see him out there a ways away and I open my side door, he'll come running right up to the door. It's like, I don't know, but he won't come in. He won't come very close. He only lets me get 2 feet, 3 feet away from him, but he doesn't run away. I don't chase after him to give him some fear, but it's kind of cool. Oh, raining. I hate it. You can't even get your drone. You got some good footage, Leonard. What kind of a drone is that? It's nice and slow and smooth. And I'm trying to adopt that, but my thumbs, I'm erratic. I'm, what do you call it, dyslexic. I had a RC car one time when we're going around a racetrack, and somebody would say hard left, and I would always turn right. Or if he said hard right, I'd always turn left. I get my lefts and my rights confused. Even if you ask me to put up my right hand, I have to think about which hand I write with. That's my right hand. What else? Spell the word like bed, for instance. B-E-D. It's not the E that confuses me. It's the B and the D. And I have to think about the word bed. Looks like a bed. There's a bump this way with an E in the middle and a D on the other end. And I have to think about which way, when I draw the line for a B, I have to make sure I know that it goes that way and not that way. I have to think about it, actually think, instead of just doing it. So that's why when I fly my Mavic Air 2. Oh, okay, cool. I just thought your homepage video, your homepage, the top bar there, that doesn't look like a DJI drone. Maybe it was one of your older drones, or maybe I'm looking at someone else. But oh, Camper wants to know when I'm heading back to Vancouver. Well, I tried to get a hold of Karen in Regina, and I said I might come there this week, next coming up week here. And she said, don't bother. It's locked down and all that. Don't bother coming yet. She said June next week here, they're going to start opening up some things, and they're going to keep opening up certain things. Maybe when things get opened up a little more, I'll do more traveling. I want to go to Saskatchewan for a bit, and I'm going to head to Vancouver probably later this year than I did last year. Last year I left on July 8th, and I got there by July 30th. And this year I might go a little later. It would be nice if we could all travel together. Let me know when you're going. Well, let me ask you, when are you going? When are you planning on going? You probably want to go when things are opened up a little bit more, though. You can't go to... You can't... It's something essential. You have family there and you have to go there, or you live there and you want to get back home. What does Leonard say if anybody's interested? Oh, you have a gardening channel. Okay. I'll have to go look at that myself. I might as well even subscribe. Is it subscribable? Do you have content on there? Do you put content on there a lot? I might as well go. It doesn't cost. As long as it's free, I'll go and do it. What the heck? Why not? I don't know if I'm subscribed to Camper Vanatic. She doesn't have content yet, but oh, what's this? June 24th, but I'm going to help my daughter with her apartment. She's a student. Are you going to Vancouver to help your daughter, or your daughter that lives here that's going with you? But it all depends. It's 19. Her school hours or time is she off by June 24th? I'll be going. I want to be going to Regina before June 24th. That's for sure. Like, I got to get my shocks done on tomorrow, and then I got to meet the doctor the next day on Tuesday, and then after that, I'm going to go to. I'd like to go to Drumheller just to get some more pictures of the dinosaur things. Things are closed there too, like the buildings, but you can. There's some camping is open, and you can drive around where you can see the Badlands. Oh, that's a Holy Stone drone. Okay, I used to have a Holy Stone that looked exactly like a Phantom 4. The tall legs, it looked just like it, but no gimbaled camera. The camera was just solid on there, round ball. So when you turned like this, the whole video would turn. Like now, when my Mavic is in the air and it's windy, or I move sideways, the whole drone goes like this. But the video is just rock solid. It's steady, straight, no matter what. I can go forward like this, go backwards like, well, oh yeah, okay. When you turn like this, the video turns real quick. You have to learn how to turn slowly. But when I go side to side, when I moved sideways, the whole drone tips, but the video is just solid. Oh, she's moving to Vancouver too. So that's why you're all going to Vancouver then. You're going to move to Vancouver, becoming a resident there. Oh, cool. That'd be fantastic. You have to sell your place here, or if you're renting, you got to move out. Leonard said, wow, I have just slightly over 100 videos on this channel. Well, maybe 200 and some, but wow, amazing. Fantastic. I think Dan has a couple channels himself. And Nona Grace says, good job that you're oh, you're not moving there. Okay, just helping her get out there and then stay for the, you're going to stay there for the winter. Great place to stay for the winter. I had, when I moved back, came back to, okay, right on. Yeah, do so. Yeah, some things you just don't want to tell the world. When I came back to Medicine Hat in April, and I used my diesel heater more here than I did all winter in Vancouver. Like, you can actually go 99% of the winter. You can wear just a very, very light jacket, and sometimes I was wearing short sleeve shirts on some days in January and February. It was so nice there. You never get wind like you do here. Even rain. They say there's a lot of rain there. Well, no, there's not really. Sometimes, yes. Like the year before I got there, they said it rained. And I used to live there 40 years ago. And yeah, it does have a fair amount of rain because of where you are. But it's so much nicer there. It's just incredible, especially of the prairies here. They call Medicine Hat and area around here the desert because the rainfall is less than the evaporation. That's considered a desert. No, and it even snowed here twice. Just a few weeks ago, actually. I woke up in the morning and my whole front end was just covered with snow, and there was like, it seemed like a few inches on the ground, and cold, like freezing cold, 0 and I don't know if it was below, but it was cold enough to have snow, and it melted the next day. Not even the next day, but took 2 days in order for it to melt. And it's, I mean, you're living in a van. There's not your thick insulation. You only got small walls. Yes, they're insulated, but it's not everywhere. And this is a 1995, so if there's any insulation in there, it's probably compact and moved down. Okay, I'm doing a lot of talking here and not looking at what's going on. Wayne, do you move your van around every night to a different location, or do you have to pay to stay in lots of businesses? I would be scared to stay in lots lots of business beside Denny's. In the daytime, people that work behind me here, they like to park along the street. So I leave here, and I might go and park at Walmart for the day, do my shopping. I might go to Canadian Tire, which is the next building over, and park there and do some shopping there, or just park in some parking lots for the day. But every night I do come back here to this spot because I can get, if I go to Walmart, I can't get Walmart Wi-Fi. I have to get Wi-Fi. I'm one of those people that my phone can be without Wi-Fi. I just get satellite. But to get Wi-Fi on the computer, I need to go to Walmart. And even sitting in the Walmart parking lot near the end of it, I always pick up. I goes for a long ways, it seems. It's actually even here, and I'm more than a city block away from Canadian Tire at the moment. And I get, but I get Shaw Open Wi-Fi here, which is a lot faster because Walmart Wi-Fi and Canadian Wi-Fi is like throttled right down to, I couldn't live stream on Canadian Tire Wi-Fi. It's amazing that Seamus didn't show up. I seen him on a live stream the other night. He was over at Kenneth Fordman. He was on your live stream. Guy's got a little bit of a mouth on him. Not necessarily talking all the time, but when he does, he watch YouTube, and you don't want to be swearing and stuff. I mean, I have a friend that every word comes out of his mouth he swears, every other word, and he doesn't understand you unless you do the same. So I just start using the same vocabulary as he does. Then we can have a great conversation. If you take out those words, too, but you can't park overnight. Now, going to Vancouver, back to Vancouver, for example, I know exactly where to go for the night. And I'm not one of those people that park there for days and days and days and days like they do. Some of those vehicles that are parked there, which they started to clamp down on, don't even have an engine in them. It's a camper, but the tires are flat, or there's no engine and they can't start it. They have diesel heaters or just a heater of some sort. A generator to give electricity. And then Vancouver said on the 26th of May, which is just passed, a law that they're going to start, you have to move. They'll pick you up and tow you away. But the law says that they cannot tow a vehicle if there's a person inside. So all of them stay in their vehicles, and they don't come out, because if they come out of their vehicle, what the police will do is knock on your door and get you to come outside. Then they'll like grab you and say, well, we have to tow your car away or your vehicle. I don't know how it's going about, but there they do abuse that a lot. There are places in Vancouver where for blocks, sometimes 3 or 4 blocks down this way, down the next street this way, and down the street on the backside, that are all campers all the way around, and they do not move. Love my drones. Well, look at this. Thanks for popping in, guy. Appreciate it. I'm going to have to go and start watching some of these channels again. I've been neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. I do know what makes the algorithm work, and believe me, I'll be there. What does Camper Van say here? But if you move around every night and keep yourself, should be okay, right? Well, now that the new thing is in Vancouver, that's what scares me. I'm one of those people that don't abuse that system. I move every night to different spots, and I can go, and then I'm a whole week before I come back to the first place. So, but those people that are parked there and that don't move, not only do they just sit there and don't move, that's not the bad part. The bad part is they've got everything is outside their vehicle. They've got old tires there, and they've got garbage, literal garbage. Sometimes they buy a tree in a pot, and then they have the tree there, but and a little mat by their door. You can tell they're sitting there, and then they start putting garbage across the sidewalk onto, I don't know if it's still public property over there, but they start putting their garbage everywhere. And I don't know what they do with their human waste. Like, where do they put that? Some people were caught, like, these kind of vehicles have they call it a black tank or black water tank, where you do your feces and your urine goes in there, and then when it gets full, or when you want it, you put a hose on it, and then you open the valve and everything goes out, and you wash it and flush it out and then close it up, and you're good to go again for however long. Well, some of those guys just had a pail sitting underneath their vehicle on that spout without the hose on it, and they just open that up and put their stuff in there. Well, where do they put that then? Did they just kind of walk over into the bushes and pour it in there? Like, this is not good. And I don't really blame the city for cracking down on stuff like that. So I don't really know. Oh yes, there we go. By the way, you guys check each other out. Make sure you're heading over to the channel and see what's going on. There was a few drone people in here, that's for sure. Love my drones. I love my drone myself. I did have 2 Mavic Pros. I did have 3. One got ruined in the rain, but I had 2 other ones. And one was maybe flew it 12 times, less than 12 hours on it. And I finally sold it the other day. And, you know, you put it up on Kijiji, and the first person that comes along says, hey, I'll pay you an extra $100 if you want to ship it to my place. And I mean, scammers. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, it is looking terrible there in Vancouver. So when I go back, I asked Daryl from Van City of King, and he doesn't live in a van, but he's just from there, and he's checking things out. And I said, well, when can I come back? And he says, well, not right now, that's for sure. Everything's locked down, but you know, hopefully later on, near fall, things will start getting better that way. And as long as I keep moving around, and I'm going to have Alberta plates too, which is I don't know if they're going to be looking for out of province things or not. I mean, once it opens up again. What Chuck is doing anymore? He's not a van dweller. He's doing car camping instead of van camping. He has a van, but he doesn't come to any of my videos. I guess I do the same. He was such a good friend. Definitely unsanitary, that's for sure. Definitely. And over at Walmart over here, for a matter of fact, they're gross. But if you put urine on a pavement, it does not go away. It darkens the area and leaves it there. So right where I park is where the end where nobody ever parks usually. Only campers go there. And they're usually coming in through town. They park there for the night, and they're gone before I even get up, and they're gone. So I think if you're talking about Daryl, yeah, he does lots of lives. So anyway, some camper must have been there when I first came to town, and I saw this huge area running down like this, and then a big pool, and it was just totally discolored. It's really black compared to the other pavement. And that's where somebody poured their urine from their vehicle, which was a good collection of urine. It just eats right into the pavement and stays there. Even the rain doesn't take it away. It's there for good. So that makes no sense to me at all whatsoever. You not only made it, he's gone, you never would come back here again to see that, but it doesn't matter to him, you know. I think before you have to leave, you gotta leave for a day, I think, and then you come back again. Like, is that all parks or what? And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm an older guy. I'm 60, going 69 next month. And my whole income is relied on government. I make no money from any kind of like jobs or anything that I've had. I wasn't in the Army or Navy or nothing. So I don't get any money from the only money I get is from the government. And that's Canada Pension, they call it, and Old Age Security. And both of those put together doesn't pay you enough to rent an apartment to live in, plus have food to eat, plus take your medications. You need double that income in order to survive, to live. And they think you're doing a favor when you worked all your life and worked hard and never collected unemployment. And I wish I could have all the money that they took away from me to pay into the Canada Pension. I could have put it in a bank and drew interest on that and kept it myself. They're not giving me hardly as much as I gave back, or I'm getting back, or as much as I put in. So that's the money that I rely on. So when I ask my PayPal, if you go to my main page, you'll see a little icon in the corner that says PayPal me or something. It takes you and you can donate some funds to me. I don't really consider that as begging for money. In a way, yes, it is, but it really would help my income and help me survive. I won't be able to live in it. It sure does help. I don't have to pay rent. My rent is my gasoline. I don't consider food as part of it because no matter where you live, you have to eat. So food is irrelevant. The money that you do have is, if it goes for gasoline, that's my rent. If I don't move as much around, I'm sitting in a city and I'm only moving from place to place to place, my rent is low. If I'm driving across the country, my rent is higher. I don't have to pay utilities. My utilities are low. I mean, if you break down, so far I didn't have to do the front brakes, but I did. That cost me $800. I'm putting new shocks on. That's going to cost me another $300. I put tie rods and other stuff on the front, which cost me $700 to $800 already. Again, so that's 16. That's $2,000 that I've put into the van. But it's a 1995 van. It's an older vehicle. It's not like it's new. So you have to don't have, and you break down, well, that's unfortunate. That's going to be pretty bad. So it's a good thing that I did save up some money, and I do have some in the bank that I can rely on for that, and I like to keep that there. Put the link up. You looking for your link you want to put up? Your Love My Drones link? I could do that. Sure, let me just see if I could find that out. Oops, wrong one. I got to go to, not the StreamYard, here we go. Love My Drones. Here we go. You see that? I am subscribed to you. Love My Drones. Right on. Here we go. and paste that in there. So there is a link to Love My Drones. Man, check everybody out, guys. And camper van, what does she say here again? The only way I can move to Vancouver is to live in my van. Yes. Now, I went to McDonald's or to A&W one day, and I talked to the girl in there, and she said something. It came up about where I live. And I said, I live in a van. And she says, you know where I live? And I said, no. She says, some apartment. 5 people that worked at there and some other place, 5 of them had to rent an apartment. And the 1-bedroom apartment, the 1 bed is shared by 2 people. One has night shift, one has day shift, and they switch sleeping in the same bed. But 5 people have to, they all make minimum wage. And it took 5 people to, I think that the sleaziest, cheapest place that you can find is like $2,000 or $2,100 a month. I make less than half of that on all my income. Like, I tried to get a, what do they call that? Where I had my little bear, an account there where I could, people would come and they would donate. Well, Camper Vanatic came and said, I'll donate some money. I'll give you a monthly fee. But that kind of all fell apart because my little bear didn't work out. Let me just see my little bear here. This little guy, power saw. I was trying to get a power saw thing going with this little guy here. He had a voice of his own. I was playing games with him and trying to have some fun, trying to get something going with what the heck was the name of that place? Not PayPal, but it was called something else. And Camper Vanatic was the first one that said, hey, I'll start donating some money to you. And she did for a little while until it fell apart. And then I said, no, don't bother. It's not worth it. So, but it's worth it to leave the prairies for me. Yeah, I know. Winter is really hard unless you have an apartment. You're not going to live on the prairies. I don't care where you are in the prairies. Anywhere in Alberta or Saskatchewan, you can't do it. My PayPal link. Well, if you, I don't really know how to find that. If you go to my main page, my main channel, YouTube channel page, it's in the bottom right corner of the link there. It's paypal.me/ Good question there, Love My Drones. What's your first name anyway, by the way? I don't know if I asked you, and even if you tell me now, I won't remember for next time. But that was the link I'd put in for Love My Drones. Thanks, Wayne, but I wanted you to put up your PayPal link. Oh, okay. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if I really can. Let's go to my channel. I mean, I appreciate it if anyone does donate a dollar or two. It certainly would help, and I'd feel so humbled. I might even sit down and cry about it because I don't usually get people that really want to help that much. You're not hearing any sound at all? Am I coming in? Do I have sound turned on, guys, or am I silent? It could be me. Oh, Love My Drone says he hears me fine. Minimum wage is not a living wage. No, you're absolutely correct. I refreshed and can hear you now. Thanks. Patreon, that was the place. I put up a Patreon account and wanted to get started with Power Saw, but it never did develop. So, Ed, Love My Drones, Ed. Ed, you know what I'm going to do, Ed? I got to write that down. If I ever do see you on another channel, I probably won't remember your name. I'm getting old and I forget. A few people I do remember, but I'm hoping that I can save some money while living in my van so I can travel a bit once I retire. Yes, and COVID will be over. And here's Kenneth. He says he hears fine. He's sitting in the background. Oh, Kenneth, I have a question for you. When you do food reviews, is there anything that's not a 10? Everything you've eaten so far, you say a scale of 1 to 10, this is definitely a 10. I want to see you eat something that's like a 1. That would be cool. I think everything you're eating is a 10 also. It's beautiful. But I did a spreadsheet for a while to keep track of names. Hey, that's a good idea, a spreadsheet. Let me just see here. What is this? Let me just see here. Copy this. We'll go back to StreamYard. We'll put this in here, paste that in there, and say that. There we go. Good. Click on that thing there and see if it actually goes to, I thought it was something like paypal.com/PayPalMe/Nomadic Vanman, period. I didn't think there was this part that's after that, because when you tell someone, it's easy to, I'll have to go look that up. You're right. I'm going to have to look that up and see, but just click on that and tell me if it takes you there. Licorice. Now licorice is a 1 for you. Licorice is a 10 for me, man. Doesn't matter what color it is or what flavor. I love black, the black licorice. I could eat the red licorice, the cherry or the strawberry or whatever flavor that is, but licorice, wow, that's interesting. You know, if we were all the same, it would be fucking horrible. Oops, excuse me. If we were all the same, I was talking about other people swearing, and I do. If we were all the same, we wouldn't, it would be a horrible place to live. It's a good thing we're all different. We all have different ideas and different thoughts, and what makes your life tick is very different than how my life ticks. I love it. I don't discourage anybody from living the way they do. It's you live the way you do, and that's it. So, okay, it does take you to a PayPal account. That's good. Great. Thank you. And that's what she says right there. I did go to the PayPal link. Great. Thank you. And Kenneth, he says he hates black licorice. Did you ever do a review on black licorice? Do that again and take a bite and then spit it and say horrible. On a scale of 1 to 10, this is definitely a 1. But everyone I've seen you so far, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 10. But what you were showing looked like it was a 10. It looked good. All right, Ed, thank you very much for checking the channel out, you and Camper Van Winter, and thanks for checking it out, guys. Appreciate it. And like I said, don't feel that you have to make a donation or whatever just because I say so. Like I said, if you do, it'll probably make me cry, because I can't come and thank you. I can't shake your hand. I can't do anything except thank you very much. So, and I don't want to sound like I'm begging for money, although I have in my description below, I have a statement, a line there that says, if you'd like to send me anything, I don't think I say money, but I say, if you want to send me something, here's my address. And we were talking about begging for money on YouTube. But as soon as somebody can monetize, they start begging for money already, right away. And I said, please, Lord, don't let me do that. But this person contacted me and through a comment, wasn't doing live streams at the time. And he commented and said, "But you are begging for money." And I said, "What do you mean I'm begging for money?" Get out the handkerchief. Where is it? I'm going to get choked up here in a minute. But anyways, he says, "You are begging for money." And I said, "What do you mean I'm begging for money?" And he says, "Check out your description. In the description below, it says to send you something. If you feel like it, send me something." And I meant just send me your, see, that's what I think. That's what I'm saying. It's a good thing we're all different. In my mind, I'm thinking if you have a sticker that you want to send me, or you want to, not necessarily, if you want to send me something, like send it to my actual address. And that really bothered me. I still got it on there, but that really bothered me. Just keeping making videos. Right. I'm gonna try to, if you guys notice my videos are changing or doing anything different, please by all means comment and say, love it what you're doing, or I don't really like that. You're moving away from what you were doing. And I am moving away from what I was doing. When I'm traveling, I video every single thing that I think I'm doing when I'm moving around, because it's all new to me. And then I edit the video and put it up there and show what I'm doing, where I'm going. And that makes joy for me. That's my joy in the day. And every day when I get up, I pray to God and I say, thank you for letting my eyes open and seeing a new day. I love a new day. Thank you very much for letting me breathe for another one day. And I just enjoy it. When you meet me in person, I might not like that. I'm far away from all of you, and I can't really see your faces unless you come up on the channel. But I do appreciate each and every one of you. I have a sister and her family that live in this town, but you guys are more family to me. It's just amazing. I might not see you or talk to you for a few weeks or a few days or maybe even quite a while, but all you guys mean so much to me. You don't even know how much, because you're coming here. What is Love My Drone says, a suggestion is not the same as begging. I used to watch a guy on he made himself look like Elvis, and he would sing Elvis songs, and I forget what his name was, but he actually begged for money, and that was his job. His job was YouTube and begging for money. He considered himself a Syrian king or Syrian god, and you had to pay him money. You had to pay him money for because he was the king, and he would beg for money. But he's kicked off of YouTube now. But it was total begging for money. I don't know why I even bothered watching him. What does agreed? Finding Joy. I must have missed what Finding Joy said up here. Let me just repost that. Now, you see, you have a good attitude towards that. I do think that YouTube is actually a job. Now, a lot of you probably know Van City Van Life. Great creator. Started exactly the same time I did on YouTube, if you look back and see. And he has 150,000 subscribers, and he makes a lot of money. But he was really mad at the very beginning. For the first 3 years, he made $0. Now he makes a pretty good chunk of money. But for those 3 years, he got $0. And he put up a video every single day. And when you have 100,000 subscribers, you cannot keep up answering everyone. It's just impossibility. You can't go out and watch videos. especially when you're creating content every single day. So I applaud him for doing what he's doing. I don't know. He did have one video that came out where he was sitting on the ground and he had a sign there. The sign said something about giving him money. And that was at a time when he wasn't making any money. So he's doing really well. I don't think that I actually really follow him anymore, simply because he's so big that he doesn't need me, and I haven't got the time to go watching him all the time. So, okay, what does Campervan say here? I see my name. I don't know what it is about you, Wayne. I can't wait to meet you. Oh, thank you. I can't wait to meet you either, simply because you've been one of my followers for such a long time. That you're incredible. It's just amazing. You gave me those. You did send me something through YouTube. You're the only one that did send me something. I still got those. I haven't used them yet because it hasn't got that hot here. Right now it's, well, it's 25.7 degrees outside and 28.3 degrees inside. It's almost taking off shirt time. But I can't wait till I start using those towels that you sent me. What she sent me, guys, was these long towels, narrow but long, and there's about 5 or 6 of them in a package. And what you do with them is you make them wet, wring them out, and then you put them on your body, and it keeps you cool. Now, believe it or not, in Medicine Hat here, it's always warmer inside my van than it is outside. Even if I open the windows and put the fan on and open the doors, it's still warmer in the van than it is outside. And one time last summer, it was over 40 degrees outside. 40 degrees. That's 40 degrees outside. And it was 45 inside my van, in the wind and in the shade with everything open. Like 45 degrees, you can't hardly breathe. That air just is not good to breathe. So, okay, love my drones. I'm seeing some more here, and I'm not keeping up. This is way above my head here. What's going on? Then I do what? Yeah, I don't want to say anything really bad about my sister or anything like that. We're starting to finally get along a little better, but we didn't get along at all. And we actually did go out camping a week or two ago. We sat down and reminisced about times and days when we were kids. Like, that was the greatest. That sure makes me get tears to my eyes. Anyways, let's carry on here. Yes, it's a good job for sure. YouTube is a job. Believe me, it is a job. And when YouTube doesn't pay you any money, a lot of money, I know when you can get monetized, and believe me, someday I will be able to get monetized. And when I do, I'll keep the money. I mean, I might even try to put it in a separate bank account so I know just exactly how much I got from YouTube and not to spend it. Who knows? Like Tim, MoBang FoYoBucks, he says he's going to donate when he is monetized right now, doesn't care about it, doesn't care about the money, and he said he would like to donate that money. Well, if he does, good on you, Tim. I only hope I can make. It would be beautiful if I could make enough money from YouTube. If we're going to go that way, if I could make enough from YouTube itself to pay for my gasoline for the month, and I burn up maybe $200 to $300 a month for gasoline. It costs me $220 to go from Medicine Hat to Vancouver. That's not so bad. So if I could make enough money that I could live on my gas, that would pay my rent. And I would, as long as I'm sort of healthy, I'll stay in a van. I just keep posting and making videos. If it grows than it does. If it was on the road, I would, but I'm not there yet. Good for you that you're thinking about those things, though. Love my drone. What does he say? So I'm so far behind here that, yeah, I was trying to go that route easier to get a real job. I laugh out loud. Too much work and time, more than anything, and time is money. Right. And the fortunate thing for me is I'm old age. I choose not to work, though. I probably could work. But it just seemed like I worked my whole life and I want to retire. So the government gives me absolutely next to nothing. I have to accept that. I can't go complain to anyone about it. So I just have to accept that I'm not making a heck of a lot of money through the government. So that's just the way it is. Oh, building out a cargo van. So that should help get views. Right on. Yes, it will. I do come and watch your videos, Finding Joy. Believe it or not. You probably don't think I do, but I do. I do have an address. My address is in the description down below. Oh, I don't know if I could be typing it in here. Just hang on. I'll see if I will. It's a post office box. Post office box 23147. Medicine Hat Wall. Medicine Hat, Alberta. T1B 4C7. I didn't even spell Alberta right. Alberta. And I didn't spell. How can you not spell the word hat right? I spelled it H-T-A. Jeez. There you go if you want to write that down or copy it, or if you want to send me a letter, I'd appreciate it. Wakey RC. Wakey is in the... Now, don't tell me, Paul, if I'm wrong, give me the thumbs down, guy. If I'm right, well, give me the thumbs up. I'm so bad at names, guys, and I don't want to call you by a name and not have it right. So, how do you sleep when it's so hot? Can I say I sleep in the nude? And I sleep on top of the covers. All winter long, I sleep actually in my clothing, believe it or not. My pants and my shirt. Thank God for laundromats. And Wakey, he says, evening all. I'm so far behind in the chat box window here that I can't keep up with you guys. What's going on? Oh, everybody says hello to Wakey. Yeah, I deserve the money from the government, that's for sure. Paul, love my drones. And if hi, Camper Man, you guys know each other. You guys know everybody. Package arrived a couple of weeks ago. What? That took that long? What the heck was in the package? What did I send you? Oh, a bracelet. Did it fit? I hope it fit you. I try to make them fit best I can anyway. But you finally got it. Wow, that was a long time. That's what COVID does for you. I love my drone says, I'd love to retire. Afraid it will take take a dirt map before I'm able to do that. No. Retirement is what you make it. I have a sign up here that says home is where you make it, or home is where you park it. So when you're living in a van, home is where you are. It took me, you know what? It took me actually a couple of months. Oh, that's my address. It took me a couple of months to finally figure out that I'm at home all the time. I would go out somewhere out of Medicine Hat, drive out and take my drone, fly around wherever, some park out there. And then I would say, well, gee, it's getting dark. I better go home. But I am home all the time. Well, if you do make stickers, let me know. I'm thinking about making some of my own again. Oh, Wakey says, Paul, yes, I was correct. Paul is correct. Very good. T1B 4C7. Camper Van said something about T1B 4C7, correct? Yes, T1B 4C7. Tango 1, Bravo 4, Charlie 7. Beautiful. Chat always lags for whatever reason. I know. Yeah, believe it or not, if I look through, I'm using StreamYard, but sometimes I'll call up the pop-out window from YouTube live stream, and it's 6 seconds delay all the time. Oh, snug but fits. Okay, well, it should be. I should have made it maybe a little bigger. You should be able to stick your finger underneath comfortably, one finger underneath it. What do you know? My watch tells me that my PayPal account has money in it. Love my drones. He says to get out a hanky. Where's my hanky? I don't want to go look. I'll wait. I'll wait till I'm offline. I'm scared. What does this say here? Yes, Canada license is letter numbers. Yeah, the Canada post office postal codes are always a letter, a number, a letter, a number, a letter, a number. That's just the way they use it. I'm retired. I'm retiring at 65. I don't care. In Canada, what you should do is the minute you become 60 years old is set up to collect your CPP right away. Don't wait till you're 65. There was a thing, if you take two twins, they're born on the same day, and one takes his CPP at 60 and the other one waits till 65. The one that takes it at 60 will get less money than the one that takes it at 65. But you got 5 years to collect that money. It takes them to takes them to 80 years old each before that one will catch up to the other one. And then the one that was waited to 65 will go ahead. But it takes that long for them to catch up. I told my sister that, and she's more than happy. What I did was I took my CPP at the age of 60, and then when I retired, first day of May, I retired, moved into my van. First day, I paid for my van with that money that I got since I was 60 to 65. And I still have some in the bank waiting that if anything ever happens. Okay, wow, it took that long. And you won that for something. You was about some guy that would, he lived in an apartment. And when he went to work, he would press lobby. Down he'd go to work. And every night when he came home, he lived on the 23rd floor. But when he came home, he'd always press floor 20. And then he'd walk up the last stairs. And the question was, why did he do that? And Paul was the one that got it right. And I said, you get to win a paracord bracelet if you get the right answer. And he got the right answer. I won't be old enough to collect my Social Security. Yeah, you guys in America have the Social Security, but I'm going to save and try. Yeah, that's right. You don't really have to save a lot of money, just enough to get into it. I would love to do that too, finding joy. Okay, I'm a little bit behind. Let me catch up here first. Late payment on a King Tut Hut sticker. Nomadic Vanman just got a token of my esteem. Late payment on a King Tut. I must have sent you a King Tut sticker. What? Wow, see things that I don't remember those things. Wow. You can still work full time and collect CPP. Yep. You can collect CPP. You can pay CPP as long as you want to, and you can collect it as long as you, even if you're over 60, you can do whatever you want. And Paul says, "Yep, that's for sure." Got to run to the store. One time I left my headlights on, and when the live stream was over, I go out and my battery is completely dead. And it's a good thing I live in a van with extra batteries in the back. I just jumpered my batteries myself and got myself going. So, okay, now I'm finally caught up with the chat window there, guys. Thanks, Paul, for popping in. Appreciate you very much. I do pop by every now and again and watch the videos. And if I missed a couple, I always watch them. I should comment more, even if I just say the word hi, because it actually tells the algorithm that I'm there, and I do support you, and I do support each and every one of you that are here. So I hope you realize that. I may not be able to make it every single time, but I do pop in and say hi every once in a while, far and few between. And I know I've said many times, thank you guys for all popping in. Thanks each and every one of you. I do, I can't see your faces out there, but I do see a crowd of people. They may all be facing the other way, but you are all my family. There was people in here that that encouraged me a lot. All of you do. And this really helps my watch hours go up, especially live streams that are on for a long time. Wait a minute now. Leonard says here, he says he retired at 51 from one job, looking to get another job. I could actually still work if I wanted to. But then if I do, I'd have to be tied down, of course. My ideas, first of all, was when I move into a vehicle, a van, I've got these two doors, the side doors. And I wanted to park wherever I wanted to. And when I get to Vancouver, I can park at the beach and I can open my two doors, which I did. I parked at the beach, opened my two doors, and there's the ocean. There's the beach. And that was perfect and beautiful. And in the wintertime, it's no snow, but it's a little cool. Very rarely did it ever get down to 0 or below 0. Very rarely will it ever get down below 0. But for the 3 winters that I was there, it did snow every winter, but it snowed one day, gone the next, snowed maybe another day, gone the next. Snow maybe for, let's say, if you added up all the days, there was snow on the ground for maybe a week. Other than that, you could go out in January and February outside with short sleeve shirt, just like what I'm wearing now. As a matter of fact, I have one video that I watched the other day where I said, hey, you there, I'm talking to you. I love you. You are all awesome. I made that video, and that was in January. And I'm wearing this particular shirt. This one's blue. I have a green one like this. So that was in January. So, and everything is green all the time. The grass is green. The leaves fall off the trees that are lose their leaves are green. There's a lot of evergreen trees, so you see greenery all the time. Even the grass is always green. Another nice place in Canada where I would love to live, but lots of snow in the winter, is Prince Edward Island. Prince Edward Island is probably one of the most beautiful provinces we have. The smallest province that Canada has, but one of the most beautiful places. They grow a lot of potatoes there. The dirt, the soil is such a red color, and it really stains your You see, there's Seamus. Now, his ears must have been burning because I've been talking about you. That's when I say your ears burn. I seen you on a channel, a live stream the other night, and I was thinking, why doesn't he come to my channel? But that was on Leonard. Kenneth was here earlier. He's usually sitting in the background. I don't know if he's still here or not. Sometimes if I say, Leonard, are you here? Or Kenneth, are you here? He'll pop up and he'll say, yeah, I'm still here. So he's either watching or he's gone now. But I still got 9 in the house. Yeah, deciduous trees. Yeah, or by what do you call them? By I was thinking of bicentennial. They lose their leaves just like it here, but we have very few evergreen trees here. The only ones that are here are in people's yards and things. They're not. Some are on like in the public areas, but that's the only greenery you see. Otherwise, all the trees are bare. And when spring comes, everything greens up, and it just looks completely different. Even the prairies, instead of being brown on the prairies, everything is green. All the weeds, and it's just all green. And then the ditches start to get long grass, and the farmers are allowed to go out in the ditches and cut it down and make bales out of the. Now, each one of those big round bales that weigh a couple 100 pounds, each one of those is worth, I don't know, a couple $100. Those things are down the ditch all the way down. You can imagine how much money is sitting in the ditches of just grass. So. Yeah. So you're on Marine Drive? Marine Drive. Where on Marine Drive are you? Marine Drive, is that like Burnaby, way down a Burnaby way, where we were at that sort of parking area there, that mall kind of area? Or there's a Marine Drive in North Vancouver. Maybe that's where you're at. If you hang around North Vancouver more than the other Marine Drive is way down south compared to that in Burnaby. Now, somebody must have had a pet rabbit. There's all the rabbits here, the wild ones, are all a grayish color, dirt color. But this one here is black. Somebody must have had a black rabbit and they let it go and they think, oh, I don't want this rabbit anymore. I might as well just let him go. Oh, near Lions Gate, the ocean. Yeah, I know where you're at then. I know. Well, there's one McDonald's that I used to go there, and that's probably the one that you're at. No, maybe not. You might be at the other one, farther down. Are you close to the bridge? Maybe that's where you're at. You're near, yeah, you say near Lions Gate. Yeah, near Ambleside. Oh, you're at Ambleside Park. Oh, okay. Shower day? I still got to do bird baths here. They shut down all the YMCA. I have a membership YMCA, Go Shower, but they're all shut. So I have to bird bath in my van. I had a friend that let me shower, and like my sister lives here, she won't let me shower at her place. He loves to eat rabbit. Oh, really? I don't think I've actually really eaten rabbit. Not that I know of. I've eaten gopher, but not rabbit. Okay, so showers are on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. Okay. Yeah, and you get free food, free sandwich. Well, here I get a free shower in my van, not an actual shower, but what do you call it, a bird bath. I just flutter my arms in the pot there, and I can have a free, well, as far as free, sandwich if I like. When we went to the ranch there was meat stew and eating away and what have you. And then my sister says, "What kind of meat? It tastes different than beef." And she said, "That's gopher stew." So I don't know what it tastes like. It doesn't taste like not like beef, that's for sure. The Ambleside soccer field house. I don't really know where that is. So when you go into Ambleside and you go up over the track and you come down the other side, there's a building right at the when you turn left. There's a building right there. Is that where it is? Today is the first nice. Well, it's been sunny a few days, not in a row. It's been sunny a few times here, but always wind. It's like at nighttime, it's nice and calm. The minute the sun comes up, it must heat the ground, and then that's how wind must be created. The ground is warm and it's cooler up above, so it just sucks the air in, and then I don't know where the wind comes from or where it goes to, but where I'm at, it's always windy. It never fails. Almost too windy to fly your drone all the time. It's like it never fails. East of there, before the tracks. Okay. See, when I go to Ambleside, I go down Marine Drive, heading west, I guess it is, after the Lions Gate Bridge. And then I forget what street it is, 13th or something Avenue or whatever. Then you turn to the left, and half a block or one block you go up a grade, and there's the railway tracks. Then you come down the other side, and you keep turning left. Then you go down that street, and you can park along the beach. There's parking lots right along the beach, and the bridge is almost like right there. And then there's this piece of land that juts out into the inlet there, and there's some sort of Indian statue or something at the end of this thing, and you go around the front, and it looks like an Indian type of statue, Native American, maybe not Indian. Is it possible for you to live in Vancouver all year? I think she's asking Seamus. I've lived in Vancouver 40 years ago, but there's a good question for you, Seamus. Is it possible for you to live in Vancouver all year? And then you turn left, and before the hump and the tracks, you turn left again, and there's a huge soccer field there. Okay. So where I parked, we used to just park on the streets there overnight. But then they said no parking there anymore. But they have a big area where a parking lot right close to the soccer field or right close to a tennis court field or something where the pond is. And there's a big lot there. And I went there, it was dark already. And I went there and parked overnight. Then I get up in the morning and I see these big signs all around, says no overnight parking. So I thought, holy, I parked there overnight, never got knock on my door or nothing. Yeah, I know. As soon as I get the drone out or start looking at the drone or get the batteries charged up, then it starts wind. And it's windy right now. My little fan is turning, but I don't have the power on. The thing is bouncing up and down. Ding, 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 ding. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's always bouncing. My drone really can stand the wind. It can sit there and it's going like this. But like I said, the video is rock solid. I mean, absolutely rock solid. But the drone is going like this, and it's going and trying to straighten out, trying to keep its GPS coordinate correctly. Oh, is it possible to live there all year round? You bet. You betcha. Actually, I don't even know why I come back to Alberta. Oh, yes, that's why. I come back to Alberta because of health, not because I'm unhealthy, but the Alberta Health Board says that you have to be within the Alberta province for 152 days of the year, which is 6 months. So I have to be in this province for 6 months. Now, if I go from BC and drive through Alberta and go to Saskatchewan, I was in Alberta for 1 day. But unless they're watching me, they don't know how long I've been in Alberta. Except when the doctor calls you and says, can you come in for a visit? Well, and if I always say I'm visiting some friends in BC, I've even had my doctor tell me this year, he says, if you're always going to be in BC, why don't you move there? Now, that would nullify my Alberta healthcare. In my opinion, Alberta is the best province to live in. We have one tax here in Alberta. One tax. Gasoline is relatively cheap compared to other places. Alberta is one of the best places to live. If you want to go to nearer to the foothills, where it's much nicer, you can do that. Kenneth is still here. He says, still here. See that? He's sitting in the background. He's watching. He's going to do a licorice, a black licorice taste test. No, I'm just kidding. He said he did one and he hates black licorice. And I said, that's my favorite. I love black licorice. So yeah, if you could live all year long in Vancouver, no problem. Especially, I could switch to BC Health. I could switch to everything, but my insurance for my vehicle cost me $25 a month. In Vancouver, it would cost me $100 or more. That's just what, and you only have one insurance there in Alberta or BC, ICBC. You can go to different businesses and get insurance, but it's all through the one same company. And you have to get your vehicle inspected. And if something's wrong with your vehicle, they inspect it, they look at it, they say, you have to get this, this, and this fixed before you can even drive that vehicle or before you come in next time to get it inspected. It all has to be fixed up. So beautiful country there. Just don't like the health care, and I don't like the insurance. Everything you buy and everything you own all the time. Yeah. Oh, wow. And Wakey Paul is from across the pond. They have probably completely different stuff there. Store run done. Store run done, Wakey? So Paul must have went to the store or something. Yeah, he said he was going to pop out for a while, so he probably went out and came back. I worry about getting a physical address in BC. I know there's places like the mailroom. Yeah, that's what I would do. If you wanted a physical address in BC, is get it through the post office. Or they have like, it's not a post office. It's like Van City Van Life does it. A couple of other people do that. They have an actual address, not a post office box number. They have a physical. My license, my driver's license, has my address on it. It's a post office box. That was one hoop that I had to jump through about getting my my insurance and everything. Had to be, and my license has to have a physical address. If you tell the insurance company here in Alberta that you live in a van, that won't work. They don't want that. They want those wheels to be parked in front of a house. Not every day of the year, but they want that van to have a physical stationary address. So when I was with my insurance company that I was with for since I was a teenager, they asked me, and I made the mistake of telling them that I lived in my van, and they said, well, we can't insure your van then. So I went somewhere else, went to another insurance company, because we have all kinds of insurance companies in Alberta. You can go where you want. They're all different. None of them are the same. Don't the cops harass you with Alberta plates? Cops do that in BC. Well, they won't harass me in Alberta for Alberta plates. I haven't been harassed even in BC with Alberta plates. So I haven't been harassed at all yet. I've been harassed once here in Medicine Hat a couple of weeks ago because my drone, it didn't fly away. It just wouldn't come back. So I thought, well, it's going to land on its own somewhere, wherever it is. I lost all contact with the tablet. It froze up, and my controller didn't say how far away it was or what direction I was going or anything. So I didn't know if I push on the controls or pull on the controls. I didn't know where I was going. So I just left it. And I thought, well, it's going to land on its own. And when it comes down, I got my phone number on it. Somebody will phone me. So somebody did phone me. And she had a real young voice. And I thought it was just some woman that had a high-pitched voice. Yes, absolutely right. I didn't know it was a very young girl. She said, "We found your drone. Can you come and pick it up?" And she gave me the address, and I said, "Wow, I don't know where that is. That's some sort of a funny, where the streets all have the same first name, but it's either a court or a crescent or a this or that." Or I said, "I can't find that." She says, "Well, how would you like to meet at the park where it landed?" Then a man's voice came on and said, "You're not going to the park to meet. You're coming to my house." And I said, "Okay, well, what's the address? I'll put it in my GPS and I'll come find you." Yes. So I go to this address and some guy comes out holding my drone and he says, "Why did you have your drone go there?" And I said, "I lost control of it and it just came down and landed." They don't know that it had a camera and it had a memory card inside that had the video on it. And he handed me the drone, and then I took it and turned around and drove away, and he was just eyeing me the whole time. I didn't know. So I went back to Walmart, which wasn't far away, and I parked, was making supper. I just finished eating supper, and I had a knock on my door. I opened up the door. It was the police. And the police said, "Do you have a drone?" And I said, "Yes, I do. Why?" He says, "Well, the person that found it complained that you were trying to lure his daughter to the park and wanted to meet her there." And I said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't you ever start saying that I'm starting to find children. I said, I could walk to that park and look for kids if I was that way. I said, I wouldn't leave a $2,000 drone sitting out in the park overnight. It stayed there overnight, by the way. I don't fly my drone out to some park waiting for kids to pick it up so that I could come and meet them. I said, don't you ever start accusing me of that. Let's not start that to begin with. I said, I want you to go to his place, talk to him, and tell him that it was his daughter that brought up the first saying that you want to meet in the park. She asked me, not the other way around. I was just lucky to get my drone back. I didn't care if it was a girl. And as a matter of fact, if it was a young girl and we went out and met in the park and she's 9 years old, I would just go get my drone. I'd be happy. But they thought I was trying to, lure some kids. So, but there, my name is now in the books. The police have to make a record, or they have to go and said what they did for the day. My name is on there. Like, that really bothers me a lot. So that bothered me for a whole week or more about this guy. I was going to go drive over to his place and just sit there for a while. And then my friend said, don't do that because that'll really start things going. So I thought, well, Jesus, like, if I wanted to lure children to do something with them, I said I could find better ways. And then when I did get the footage back out of my drone, I see my drone way up high. And it's coming down, and it hovers about 15 feet above the ground, and it'll just hover there until the battery dies, and then it'll slowly land. It knows enough to land when the batteries are just about dead. So as it's 15 feet up, nobody can grab it. It's too high, maybe 20 feet. And I could see 3 kids walking along, and they were waving and they're talking, but it's got no audio. But I could see them waving, and they thought somebody's taking a picture of them. And they waited for quite a while, and then they just walked away because the drone didn't move. It just sat there, no moving. So then I saw the drone go down, and it landed. So the next day when I went to pick it up, when they phoned me, I said, well, who found it? I was ready to give whoever found it $100 bill because a $2,000 Fly More combo drone at the time was worth that money to me. I mean, that drone is worth a lot of money. So when I found out they had a whole bunch of kids, and then he says, well, he didn't say you're not going to meet my daughter there, but he said, why did you leave it land there? My kids were there and they saw it. They went back the next day, and then they found it on the grass, and they picked it up and brought it home. So, but the police were the ones that told me that I was trying to lure his daughter to the park. He said, do you know where this school is? And I said, no, I don't even know where that school is. They live in a new part of town, newly built area. I said, I don't even know where that school is. I don't know where your address is. Never thought about punching it in the GPS and finding my way there. But my God, to start accusing me of luring children, like, man, did that bother me? But even when I think about it now, it still bothers me. Many years ago, I wanted to punch his lights out, but the police wanted to, yeah, I know. All those guys have more rights than I do. And I thought I was going to be in shit because my drone just happened to land in a park, which was nice. It could have landed on somebody's roof, or it was really close to a pond, but it happened to land right. And I walked out there the night before with the flashlight looking, and I was maybe 30 feet away. Couldn't see it. The next day, I saw the video, and that's where it landed, right beside the path, the walk. And it was a woman police that knocked on my door, and we're talking away, and another cop pulls up with another car. And I thought, what the hell is going on? And because it was an illegal place to fly, really, it was in a no-fly zone, and it just landed on its own, and I had no control over it. I thought I was going to be in trouble with the FAA or whatever you call the drone people. And I said, well, don't the police have a drone? And she says, yes, we have a drone, but I know nothing about them. So they don't even know what drones are about in this city. So we didn't even talk about the drone at all. She just mentioned, do you have a drone? And then after that, it was nothing about the drone anymore. It was all about the kids. So anyway, yeah, it seems like those people have more rights, and especially in the well, I don't know about Canada so much, but in the US, there was this one girl, she just finished work. She went to a park, walked out along the beach for a little while. Then she came back and was dozing off in her car, and she was sleeping there. She was maybe slept for half an hour maybe. But somebody across the way had seen this car parked there for 4 hours and happened to just look out later and seen a person in there, figuring this person was sleeping in there, for 4 hours, sleeping in the van, in her car. So the cops came over and said, you can't sleep here in your van. She said, I wasn't sleeping. I was just dozing off a little bit. I might have fallen asleep, yes, but it's not illegal to do that anyways. So she got arrested for not getting, she wouldn't get out of her vehicle. And he grabbed her arm and tried to pull her out, and she said, you're breaking my arm, and he let her go and what have you. But they talked for another half an hour, and finally they got her out of the vehicle. She wouldn't give her her driver's license. She wouldn't give him any information, wouldn't give him her name, wouldn't tell him nothing. Says, I have done nothing absolutely wrong. I'm just sitting here in my vehicle and you guys come along and you start harassing me. Well, they said they had to follow up on somebody phoned. So there you go. Somebody that absolutely knows nothing about the vehicle was sitting there, just said, they actually played the phone call. And the phone call was some lady phoned and she says, I see a vehicle. It's been sitting there for 4 hours. I don't know whether she's passed out. I don't know whether she's drinking. I don't know whether she needs help or what, but I'm just concerned about her. So the police go out and investigate. Well, she ended up being arrested. Her father was a judge, a lawyer. They found out later that he was a judge. So it took almost a year for them to throw it out of court. And she got a settlement of some sort. She sued them and got a settlement of some sort. And it took a long time though for her to get that. And the police weren't even reprimanded or taught about anything. It's just they said, we don't know if you have a gun in your vehicle. You see, they start assuming things. Like, don't move your hands now. Keep your hands where I can see them. I don't know if you have any weapons behind you or on you, or you don't tell us your name. I don't know who you are. We can't identify you. You could be just some person that's just got out of jail or what have you. And she said, well, what about those people that are over there in their vehicle? Why don't you go harass them? Like, it's just what I can see. Once they get a phone call, they have to maybe go and see what's going on. But they're assuming you're guilty right away of anything. Yeah, the car was just parked in a parking lot in the park, in a totally legal place. To park when you go to a beach, you park it where all the other cars park, and then you walk out onto the beach, and you can sit and sun yourself on the beach. So overnight parking probably you can't do there, but you can sit in your vehicle and close your eyes and doze off. It's not like you were sleeping for 4 hours. She says, but I've only just fallen asleep. Yeah, the cops can be really weird. And I guess if you've got nothing to hide, you hide nothing. Like, I guess given your name and what have you. And cops even say, if you were to give us your name and address and phone number and all whatever have you, we would check you out and then you could be on your way. But even though she got out of her vehicle by herself, anyway, at the end, she gave them her driver's license because they were going to charge her with, they made something up and they were going to charge her with that. So she said, okay, here, gave them her. And then they ended up arresting her anyways for not giving her information out or holding back information or whatever they call it. They made up stories. Simply and especially if you had a few beer or something and you sit in your vehicle and you had the keys in the ignition turned off. Well, even one guy, he wearing a small knife belt, and he was drinking though, but it was cold, so he had a jacket on. And they told him to get out, and he complied with everything. Gave him his name, address, phone number, license, everything. Got out, stood by the vehicle, and then he says, "Have you got anything on you?" And he says, "I have a small knife on my belt." So they lifted up his jacket. There was the belt, a knife, a small knife, and he said, "That's a concealed weapon." So already they starting to charge him with concealed weapon. Yes, it was underneath his jacket. I mean, they just have laws, I guess, and you go by the laws and they make up laws as they go. They don't even have to have real laws. And they don't train them well enough. They're on a power trip. Yeah, they're better than the law. They're better than you. They can do what they want. They're wearing a gun. And when they start going for their gun and they pull it out, like if you keep complaining, they could shoot you. Captain Maverick has no content. I saw. Captain Maverick has no content. I sold my Mavic. I just sold my Mavic Pro, just one of them. I had two of them. I just sold it just last week to some guys. I called them up a couple days later and I said, have you flown it? Does it fly nice? They said, beautiful. Yeah, resisting arrest would be my guess. I think that's what it was. They were resisting arrest. I think they're probably starting to get better. Probably not in all places. I mean, yeah, where you have a lot of guns and knives and stuff in the city, I suppose they are more fearful. That's one job that I would never want, for fear that because people hate cops so much that your life is in danger the minute you step on every time you go out to work that day. I have a channel named Captain Mavic, but I had to sell my Mavic Pro before I made any content. Oh, wow. You had to sell it before you made content? What does Camper say here? I guess if you try to live outside the norms of society, you are seen as a threat. Yeah, no kidding. And it's no harm in hurting cops, that's for sure. It's maybe not their particular fault, but when they go start and they learn how they're supposed to do things, are they learning the bad way? And if you have one good cop and he's out with people, with his friends out as cops, doing their duty, and they come across somebody and they start doing something, would that one cop, good cop, say something to the other cops that you're not doing this right? I don't think so. And there are good cops out there. When they're by themselves, they're on YouTube. When they're by themselves, they're nice, but they would never rat on each other. That's for sure, no matter how it is. Yeah, I think in Canada too. I don't know where Love My Drones is from, but Ed, if you have to have a certain blade length before it's considered a weapon. Yeah, no kidding. And Ronnie Braun speaks up. He says, in the red and blues came up and he was arrested for drunk driving in his shorts. Really? Wow. Yeah. And they can start making up things like that girl in the vehicle when he first said something about you could be going for your gun. Like, see, he made that up, or he assuming things that are not true. She didn't do anything. She didn't do anything wrong. I don't know why you have to prove that. I just love those YouTube videos where the guys are taunting them. They're wearing a gun and they're videoing outside a police station. They're waiting for the police to come and do something so that they can sue them or whatever. But, I mean, they're doing absolutely nothing wrong. If they don't only learn the laws. I think the cops here in Medicine Hat are okay too. A small town, 60, 70,000 people. There was supposedly one guy in Medicine Hat here that loved to make YouTube videos about that, and he would go out and do that on purpose to get them going, to get them riled up. But he had since stopped. He would sit in his car and he'd roll his window down only that far, and then they would ask his ID and he wouldn't give it. He says, I don't have to give you my ID. And he made YouTube videos about that. Sorry about the voice to text is pretty bad tonight. Oh, sorry about that, Ronnie Brown. Sometimes my lips moving, but the words aren't the same. Florida. Oh, it must be nice there all the time. Beautiful. Wish I could be there. What does Paul say? The rumor of that BTK had a partner. Was it you, Ed? Laugh out loud. Yeah. Medicine Hat's not so bad with Native Americans, but the Lethbridge has got a lot of Native Americans, and they probably all get a bad rap, even though they're not all bad. So yeah, it's amazing. I haven't had any run-in with any police in Vancouver at all. They leave me completely alone. I've seen them. They drive by. They don't wave at me. They don't do anything. One time I drove, it's like 3 or 4 lanes of traffic going one way and 3 or 4 lanes going the other way. So a lot of main streets are like that. I'm driving along, and beside me, because I'm up a little higher, beside me I could see a car. They were snorting cocaine or something. He was digging in his little stash there and passing it over to the other guy. And like, if I was a cop, I would see that. But Dennis Rader, BTK, Dennis Rader. Oh, wow. Ed, Paul, Camper Vanatic, Ronnie Braun, Ronnie, I guess it's Ronnie. Let me just see what else. Who else is here? I had 10 in the house there a minute ago, 9 now, so there must be still some people that are, I don't really know who are here. Kenneth, probably still here, waiting in the backgrounds. The minute I mentioned Licorice, he's on and saying, hey, yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm going to do I should do a taste test thing about licorice myself. I love it. Military police is a whole different story. I could see that being an issue. Yeah, military, they're all trained in a certain way. And I don't know if they're all trained as far as being above and beyond the law. I have no idea who Dennis Rader is. I don't either. Leonard says, yep, they're bind, torture, kill, Ed. Oh, Nona Grace is still here, probably collecting her eggs from her chickens, and then she's back. Must be nice to have a dozen eggs every day that you could eat all those eggs. My goodness. And I think you did let some of them hatch little ones out of the deal. So I don't know about eggs. How does an egg get fertilized? Like, does the rooster have to do his job for each and every time the egg? Or how does okay, Nona, that's a question for you. How, are all the eggs that they lay, are they all fertile? Can they all hatch, or are they nothing? And do they lay eggs even if they're not being fertilized? Like, does a rooster have to be involved? Well, I guess, yeah, that's the only way. You need a male and a female of everything. But you don't usually see the rooster going after all those chickens to try to fertilize the eggs. So I'm going to have to look that up, or unless Nona can explain that to me, it might take a whole paragraph. There's a vlog for you, Wayne. Do a food review. Yeah, I should do a food review, that's for sure. I'm actually on not a diet, but it's a lifestyle. I did it once before. I used to be 50 pounds more than I am now. And I found Dr. McDougall online. And because I'm diabetic, I saw this and he said, I can cure diabetes. And I looked and I said, what? How can you do that? His idea is to eat starch. Humans were born and raised on starch. The Mayans, sweet potatoes and corn, the Chinese, rice, the Russians, potatoes. Everybody lived on starchy foods back then. And now with McDonald's and everybody going on, everybody's fat. I'm starting to break up. Gee, I hope not. I might be. Did you check Dale Cadler's channel? No, I didn't. Okay, Nona Grace just popped up. A rooster can do the job, and they can store the sperm for dump it if she doesn't like the rooster. No way. So so a rooster comes along and he gets the hen and he fertilizes her. Now she stores this sperm. Okay, now can she have egg after egg after egg, and they're like day after day after day after day, and they're fertilized? And how long can that go? And if like this, or is that only good for like one egg? Does he have to keep doing this every day? No, I don't think so. I think they have. I don't know how that works. How does a chicken farm work when they got all those hens laying all those eggs, thousands of hens? How the heck did they get a rooster to fertilize all those? Or several roosters. My goodness, that's quite a thing. Chickens are very interesting. And that Mr. Brown, they can lay eggs without a rooster. Okay, but they would never hatch then, I suppose. Camper Vanatic says, I've read his books out. When I usually go through my live streams after the fact, and I follow it, and then I subscribe to people that I haven't been subscribed to, and I look at other links and stuff, and I go and I check these all out. So I'm going to have to do that. If humans were like that, males would not be, the male species would be kind of no more. Wouldn't need them. All you need is a few to keep the human race going. Quite the concept. No, and that's the thing. I'm not a vegetarian. I wish I kind of was a little bit. Oh, the starchy thing. Oh, just hang on. I've got to go. Hang on. How do I do this? I'm going to gather something up here. I'll be right back. Keep your questions coming. I've got to put this back and get the... I'm going to have to use my washroom here. I do have a built-in washroom. I do have it great. And if I thought I'd put the, what do you call it, the picture up online, but I don't know how to do that. I might cut myself off completely. Oh, I was talking about the Dr. McDougall thing. It's called the whole food diet. and mostly it's potatoes or starchy food, like rice, pasta, potatoes, exactly the kind of food that I like, as opposed to a salad, which is good for you, greens and what have you. And my coffee is all gone. It's like potatoes. I love potatoes, whatever kind. I love pasta and I love rice. And he says, no meat. So no meat, no dairy, which is no eggs, no milk, no nothing. Just whole foods. If you're going to have foods, whole foods, vegetables, potatoes, rice, pasta, starch. He said, so I told my diabetic nurse, I said, I'm going to do this. Let me post some more things here while we're going. So I ate nothing but potatoes and rice and pasta. And then I told my diabetic nurse that I was just going to try this as an experiment. It's not like I'm taking a bunch of pills. I'm just, eating different foods, especially, meat and fat. So there are diets that are totally fat diets. You eat a lot of fat. So anyways, that's a whole different story. Diabetics I'm talking about. So a couple of months went by and I tightened up my belt and I really didn't think I was losing weight. I never even exercised. That was the thing. Never exercised. I just had to walk back and forth to work, which was 3 blocks away. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. I'm learning a lot about chickens here, let me tell you. I don't know if I'll eat another chicken. So, yeah, 10 to 14 days. Okay. So anyways, I did this for a couple of months and my belt started to tighten up and I didn't really realize that I was losing weight. I just thought, I got to move my number up, or my one hole, I got to move it over. And then I went another hole. Then I decided, and then I found out, hey, I'm losing weight. And I lost 50 pounds. And then I went to the doctor called me to come in. So I called, and then I went to meet the diabetic nurse. And she took all my numbers and did my tests. And the doctor says, we're taking you off all your diabetes medications. You don't need them. And I said, what? What do you mean? Why? And he says, your A1C is perfect. Your cholesterol is perfect. All my numbers were absolutely perfect except for one. And that was I needed more potassium. And she said, eat more bananas. I said, I can do that. So she says, by the way, what the heck are you eating anyways? She says that, you're a model diabetic person here. What are you eating? And I told her, I said, I'm eating everything you tell me not to. Don't eat starch. Don't eat carbohydrates. Don't eat this. Don't eat that. And I said, I'm eating everything that you said not to. And look at she could not believe my numbers and that I lost all that weight. And then I fell off the wagon. I started eating meat again and stuff like that. So I gained a few pounds, not 50 pounds, but I gained a few pounds again. Oh yeah, okay. If they have real feathery legs and stuff, yeah. There are some chickens that I wouldn't mind having. They're all black. They even lay black eggs. They're black. They're like a very popular chicken to raise. Anyway, so I'm talking to my diabetic nurse coming here in 2 days. And I'm going to explain to her, I said, I know how the system works. I have fat in my system. And that's stopping my diabetes from, you can actually cure type 2 diabetes. You can actually cure it. People say, well, no way, you can't cure diabetes. Yes, you can. And how you do that is, if you're off the pills and you don't need them and your blood sugar is a good number, that is, in my opinion, cured. I mean, once you have to start taking pills and stuff, God never meant us to take pills. Starch turns into sugar, doesn't it? Yes, it does, but it's sugar for you. And here's how it works. You have your, let's say this is your blood vessel running here. Every single cell in your body needs to have sugar. If you don't eat anything, there's at least 2 to 3 tablespoons of sugar in your blood at all times going in your blood. But let's blow this up. Let's say here's a cell, a normal cell. How it gets energy to work is there's one door that's here, and glucose goes in that door and feeds your cell. That door is locked. It can't get in. Glucose cannot get in. You need a key to open that door. What's the key? The key is insulin. When you eat food, it creates insulin and I forgot the other word already. Insulin goes in, finds the door, opens a different door, and goes in, and then opens the door for glucose to come in. Now that's how it works. Complete cycle, just like that. But what happens when you eat meat or put olive oil or any kinds of oil in your food? That's fat. What fat does is goes in there and blocks the door, the key that the insulin goes in. Insulin cannot get in. So now when you eat something, whether it be really sugary or not, insulin can't go in to open the door for the glucose to get in, because the glucose door is locked. So what fat does is fills that up so insulin can't get in. So your body keeps producing more insulin and more glucose. Now your blood sugar goes up, and it stays high because it can't go anywhere. That's what diabetes is. So if you take fat out of your diet, not complete total fat, but don't eat any fat. Don't put oils and stuff. I learned to cook without oil at all. Fried onions. How do you fry an onion without putting vegetable oil? Actually, water will work. You don't use any fat at all. Now what happens is in your body, and it only takes a matter of hours and sometimes days, and that's it. The door that insulin goes into is now open and free for the insulin to get in. The insulin goes in, opens the door for the glucose to come in. That's the cycle. That's how your body works in every single cell of your whole body. Now, there is a diet out there that says it's a fat diet. Eat lots of fat. That actually makes your diabetes kind of work also. But it's covering up the real fact of how your body works. Because it gets so, once you eat a lot of fat, your insulin can't go in there anymore and can't produce for you. And everything you eat turns to sugar, the part that does turn to sugar. Let's say here's a potato. From here down, that much of a potato is water. Then there might be this much strip that's protein. Then there's this much strip that does fiber and stuff, something else. 90% of a potato is water. Did you know that you can get every single thing, all your beneficial, whatever your body needs from potatoes only? They say, well, where do you get your protein from? They say from meat. What does a cow eat? How does a cow get protein? He doesn't eat meat. You don't need meat to get protein. If you really want to get protein and know more about protein, then eat nutritional yeast. You sprinkle nutritional yeast on your breakfast or your eggs or whatever you're having. That is protein right there. I can get everything from potatoes, except sweet potatoes are actually even better, but I don't really like sweet potatoes very much. Sorry, I'm missing all the chat that's going here. Now, somebody said that I was on a vegan diet. And vegan's okay. Vegan is very close to whole foods diets like I'm on. But a vegan can still eat potato chips that has fat. Vegan can still eat certain things that I shouldn't be eating. And it might seem really hard for you to eat, not only potatoes all the time, but I can fill my plate up like this big with mashed potatoes. Don't put anything on them. Don't put butter on it. Don't put gravy on it. Just sprinkle some green onions on it. Put cauliflower on it. Put corn on it. Put peas, whatever you want on the potatoes. If you don't like potatoes, well, it won't be good for you. It won't taste good. But you can get everything you need just out of potatoes only. There's even one guy on YouTube that went 1 full year with potatoes every three meals every day for a whole year. And his doctor told him he was perfectly fine. He had all the nutrition he needed. His health went better. Everything just was perfect. And yet they don't tell you that when you ask the doctors of diabetic pills, metformin and what have you. You think doctors want to stop the medical pharmacies from giving out their pills? Of course not. They keep the elderly in pills all they can. I can have coffee. Yes, I'm not supposed to be eating sugar and certain things. I know that. And it's the first time when I went on this diet years ago, that's what makes it good. The fat is what tastes real good. That's what makes food taste good. That's the part that's not good for you. As a matter of fact, some doctor came up and says, I can stop you from having a heart attack. I can cure you from having a heart attack. So how do you do that? How do you stop someone from getting a heart attack? Well, if you know what a heart attack is, it's your blood vessels. You have cholesterol outside the blood vessel. It eats on your blood vessel and works its way to the inside and plugs it. That's a heart attack right there. So how do you stop that from happening? Every single vein in your body has an enzyme around it, on the outside of it. What that enzyme does, it's so tiny and so thin, and it's meant to be there. God put that there for a reason. And the reason is that enzyme, when you walk upstairs or climb a hill or do something energetic, exercise, as a matter of fact, when you're on this whole food diet, you don't have to exercise. You don't have to exercise. That's another story. But anyways, this enzyme on your blood vessels, what it does is when you do physical work, when you climb the stairs or go up a hill, it starts expanding your vessels bigger so that more blood can go through. That's why your heart starts pumping really hard, and the blood has, otherwise you can't get blood through those little veins. So it opens it up. That's what that enzyme does, is opens your blood veins and gets them to work. So that enzyme is so thin. So that's why you don't want bad cholesterol, because that will eat through that enzyme. And once that does and gets into your veins, that's bad. That's a heart attack. Now, it's where that happens is either going to your heart or coming from your heart. If it's going to, you'll have a heart attack. If it's coming from your heart, it's going to give you a stroke. That's the two things that cholesterol does to you. It gives you a stroke, it gives you a heart attack. And diabetics are very susceptible to that. And I live with that every day, and I still look at it and say, wow, I'm not eating the way that I should be really eating. So, well, thank you, Ed. I hope I gave, again, please don't hate me. If you're on a certain diet and you're doing it good, this diet won't work for everyone. It's like every diet. It doesn't work for everyone. There was a guy on YouTube that ate 30 bananas for breakfast. Not eating them. You put them in whatever. You can make smoothies out of bananas, but 30 bananas. just for breakfast. Now, bananas are no good for me. That's too much potassium. Half a banana for a diabetic is lots. Yes, your body does need some fat. There is a certain number that you should have fat, but not enough fat to block all your cells. And the first thing that goes when you know a diabetic is his eyes go. He's got tingling in his fingers and his toes, which is called neuropathy, because that's where the blood vessels are the tiniest, the smallest. I have neuropathy in my feet. So diabetes has already done damage to my body. So even if I do happen to go back and let's say I cure myself of diabetes, that I don't have to take pills anymore. And the way you cure yourself, what I mean by that is you don't have to take pills. Your diet keeps you in check. Your blood sugar is always good. On a diabetic, when you take your number before you eat, you look at it and it should be 5 point something, whatever. Mine is always like 6 or 7, which is still not bad. It's in a good range. But when I eat something, and 2 hours later is when you take your reading again, and you should be down below 10. And sometimes mine is like 11 or 16, even after 2 hours. That's pretty high still. It takes your blood sugar a long time to get down because I still have fat in my diet. The insulin won't go in to the cells to let the glucose in. So I know what I'm supposed to do. It's like a smoker. He knows he's not supposed to smoke. You tell him, don't smoke, you're going to die from that. But it's not that it's just so hard to turn away from that, I guess. I don't know. I seen a lady sitting over here at Walmart. She's sitting outside. She's in a wheelchair, and she has a bottle of oxygen with the 2 things in her nose, and she has oxygen there, but she's smoking. She can't smoke inside, smoking outside. Like, how hard is it to stop smoking? Probably really hard. I used to smoke for years, but when I wanted to quit, I just said, okay, that's it. I'm going to quit. I don't wait for my last cigarette. I just throw it away. Yeah, the medical industry does not want you to stop taking pills. It's just like the beef industry. You tell them that you don't want to eat meat anymore, try to get them to stop making beef. You'd be fighting a war for the rest of your life. You cannot get the cattle industry to stop. And it's not the poor farmer that's growing that cow to go to market. He gets absolutely nothing. It's when it gets to the butcher and he starts cutting it up into all these different cuts, steaks and roasts and all these things. That's where money's made. Go to the market and look at how much a steak costs or a roast. How much of that beef that you see sitting there is one cow, one whole cow, and the farmer gets $1,000, $1,500. I don't know what they get, but there's thousands of dollars of steaks sitting there that makes up one cow. That's a good idea. There's more potassium in a potato. And I've had a lot of arguments of people that say, well, where do you get your protein from? You don't eat meat. You got no protein. I get all the protein. That guy that ate 3 meals a day with potatoes only. And that for that one full year, that was potatoes only. No other vegetables or anything. Potatoes only. Baked potatoes, fried potatoes, mashed potatoes. That's all he ate for one full year. And the doctors, throughout the whole time, he had a perfect count of everything. His bad cholesterol went down. His good cholesterol went up. His protein was all there. It's all there. It's just, I don't know. It's I do love taters. And this guy online is called Spud something. He's from Australia. I don't know his thing here. You could look him up. But Dr. McDougall was the one that he said had to change his life. He was an instructor for exercise and stuff, but he was always overweight. 300 pounds or something, always overweight. And then he looked up online, what one food could I eat? And what came up was Dr. McDougall and potatoes. And I mean, you can eat other things. It's not just potatoes. When you put potatoes with legumes, beans, green vegetables, not all vegetables are good for you. Fruits are not very good for you. Nuts are not good for you because it has oil. But nuts, Dr. McDougall says you can have nuts as a like you would have nuts at Christmas time. You know, have your nuts once in a while, just not all the time, because it has fat. Yes, certain amount of fat is good for you. Wow, it feels like I'm trying to sell everybody on diets or something. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to. You can go out and have your steak tonight. I'm not saying that is going to help everybody. I did have the last few nights I had just potatoes. Well, I made mashed potatoes. And usually in mashed potatoes, when I made them before, I'd put a little milk in there and a little bit of butter, mash it up, real creamy, nice potatoes. I even made a video one time where I had mashed potatoes sitting on my plate, and then I put a big spoon of butter on top, and I went, oh, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? It's the butter that's the fat. So I made a couple of meals the other day, and I had 3 large potatoes. You mash them all up. My plate was just full of potatoes. And I did corn on the cob and with no butter, just corn on the cob and a little bit of salt on everything and a little bit of seasoning on the potatoes like Mrs. Dash and a few other seasonings like that on top. I imagine you could get away with, there are some people that do the whole food diets that made their own kind of gravies for potatoes. If you want gravy on your potatoes, you can make this gravy that has no fat. Yeah, what would happen if everybody stopped taking pills? That's right. I had one doctor, he's passed away now, he got cancer and passed away. But I would go see him, and believe it or not, he had a tablet that he had his patients on. When I walk in, I could ask for any pill that I wanted. He would right away write it up, just like that. Like, get a pill. No sense making you healthy. Just get a pill. And if you really think about it, you think God created us to take pills? If you believe in God. I'm sure this whole thing, every single thing that you see on earth just didn't come by chance, by chemicals forming together in a cesspool of something, and it created what you see today. I don't believe that one single bit. Vanman, did you read my last? No, I didn't, Seamus. Type it in again. I'll look for it at the bottom. I have to take a break. Okay, my video will be back in a bit. Okay, Nona, I know she does a video every day, so she's probably got things to do. Make you stick of potatoes. And then Paul has to go for a minute. Sorry, I'm behind in the things here again. No matter what the farmers do, you alter their animals and make them healthier, and more people are giving up the meat. Well, and then you got McDonald's and all those that say, here we go, we got meat that's grass-fed meat. Grass-fed meat and stuff. What was wrong with the meat before? And that's the fat. A real good steak or a roast is marbled with meat and fat. That's one of your best cuts. I love the taste of a steak. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing better than a great. Matter of fact, when my stepfather, 2 plates like this. One plate had all the potatoes, the gravy, the vegetables, all on that plate, and another plate the same size with a steak on it. That was his meal. I mean, a huge steak, not just like they say that would fit in the palm of your hand, like this big steak. Forget it. That's a couple of mouthful and it's gone. Well, I don't know. I don't want to steer anybody that says, hey, you have to follow me and do my diet. But I always say, if it's not right, go and look it up for yourself. And if you look at it online, on TV, or if you guys say, well, you look at it on YouTube, you're just getting everybody's lies. There's a wealth of information on the internet. Just go and look it up for yourself and do what works for you. I've got a little angel sitting on one shoulder and a devil on the other. You think the devil's always telling you what to do is right? Absolutely not. He's telling you, go have a hamburger, go and eat this. And I know that if I go eat a hamburger, I know in my brain for myself that if I do what the devil says, that's not right. That's harmful to me. I never listened to the angel. So now I'm going to kick that guy off my shoulder and say, look, when I go out and do some shopping, that's what I visualize in my mind. And I see a little devil and a little angel sitting there, and I'm thinking, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm going to hate that tomorrow. I'm not going to like that. I won't be able to sleep good tonight. I'm going to be unhealthy. Go away. That's what helps you decide. Like, eat that cake or eat those potatoes. What do you want? That cake looks so beautiful and tastes so nice. Just close your eyes once and think about eating that potato or that cake, what it tastes like. Chew on it. Take a good bite of that delicious cake and that icing. And then think about that night. What is it going to do to you? Digesting that cake. Does it make you feel good or bad? The next day, maybe you didn't sleep so good. Like me, if I eat cake, you don't sleep that well. You had a hard time digesting that cake. Maybe for days and days, you're thinking about that cake it did you bad. Now think about those potatoes. Chew on those potatoes. Doesn't taste as good as that cake, but you know that you had a good sleep that night, because I would. And the next day, you know that you're in your mind that you did good. You're helping your body as opposed to. So there you go. Throw that cake away and eat those potatoes. Seamus said something, and I was supposed to look at it. Well, see, that's the thing. I have diabetes. If I throw my diabetes pills away at the moment, I probably wouldn't last that long. I have to, unfortunately, rely on my diabetes and my pills. But if I can cure my diabetes, I can get off those pills. And I don't have to take those pills. So I can throw the pills away. The doctor did that for me once. But then I ate a hamburger. And I liked the taste of the fat. And I liked, it's the whole fat thing that's stopping diabetes from working. Because when insulin can go in and open the door for the glucose, you don't have a lot of glucose in your system anymore. It just works. That's the way your body was meant to work, for every cell in your whole body. The cells that are falling off your skin are the dead ones. But everything underneath that has got blood feeding it. That's what makes you healthy. Whatever you want to, if it's God or whatever you think, that's the way we were made. When you're born, you think you're born with, here, take these pills. I know. You see, that's the thing. Everything that tastes good, sour cream on potatoes, I love it. Baked potato with sour cream and chives. Oh, butter. Love it. That's where you got to train your brain to say no. You know, and I'm talking myself into this more and more all the time because I'm just in the process of going back to that. You know what? When I started the first time, when I lost all that weight and when I finally got off my pills, what I did was I made myself my meal and I looked at it and I said, I'm going to eat half of this. I'm going to stick to this. I'm going to do this. And when I went shopping, I said, that's it. Either I'm going to do this or I'm not. What is it? I'm going to fail. I think about failing. I think I'm going to succeed. I'm going to do it. I'm going to really do this. And like I said, when I went to talk to my diabetic nurse after that, she said, what the hell are you eating? I've never seen you like that before. You're perfectly healthy. My cholesterol was exactly the way it's supposed to be. Your body produces cholesterol, but the good cholesterol, not the bad shit. I told her, I'm eating all the stuff that you told me not to. The diabetic nurses are trained in how to keep you feeding those pills. You have diabetes. You must take metformin. Well, when I told her, no, I don't, I can cure diabetes, you know what she did? She snickered at me. That made me mad because you're telling me that diabetes is not, you can't fix it. You look it up online. Go type in on YouTube or wherever you want to go, type in, can type 2 diabetes be cured? And I don't mean just for a little while. I mean cured completely. Go look it up. It's true. And if you don't believe it, well, then I'm sorry. You can have your steak. A steak down is so good. I have my mom's old sewing machine. I was a sewing machine technician for 20-some years, over 25 years. Just keep it. I'll come back. When I come back to Vancouver this winter, I'll fix it for you. You can get parts all over the place. Neil is Paul's wee dog. Nell the dog. Okay. And please don't get me wrong. I still like meat even now. The first time I did it, I just cold turkey, bang, no meat at all, no meat, no dairy. I used to love milk. I could drink a gallon of milk in one full day, no problem. I could eat lots of eggs. I love eggs. The whole thing is in an egg. One egg is got everything in it, all the nutrition, and yet egg is dairy. I stopped cold turkey, eating all that stuff. That's how I became what I was, lost 50 pounds without even exercising. That's the thing. As a matter of fact, you don't really want to exercise once you start getting on this diet because you'll want to eat more. And that's the thing with the potato diet. You can eat till it comes out your nose. If you have 400 grams of bacon, this is your stomach. You eat 400 grams of bacon, it fills your stomach up this much. You eat 400 grams of potatoes, and it will fill your stomach up and come out the top and bottom. That's how much potatoes you can eat for the same amount of nutrition that you get out of bacon. So the whole idea is you can eat potatoes till they come out your ears, till you are so full that you can't get another mouthful, and you're not harming your body one single bit. So I have a lady that's making me some curtains for my side here. They got from the last person that owned this vehicle. Water got in and stained the curtains. So she keeps saying, well, I'll make some curtains for you and no charge. She used to work at the sewing store that I worked for. So controlling your diabetes with a diet alone is expensive. No, it's not. It's cheap, very cheap. If you ate all the things that certain diets, yes, certain diets, it's more money than it is just to eat normally. Some doctors will say if you eat a well-balanced meal, that's meat, potatoes, what have you, and you'll have a good life. That kind of is probably cheap. But no, diabetes diet is not expensive. Potatoes are dirt cheap. The vegetables and all the stuff that diet goes. Dr. McDougall's huge, thick book about what you should eat, and once you get into the recipes, like how to make your gravy for your potatoes, not your fat type kind of gravy. Don't use oils. Don't use this. Don't use that. It's not expensive at all. Not what you really think. Oh, wow. You can look up on YouTube on how to thread it. Threading is easy. It goes across, down, up, down, through the needle, you're in. It's got to go through the take-up lever. That's what creates the whole thing. How long did I do the diet for? Like not a whole year. It took me about, I think it was 2 to 3 months, and I lost 50 pounds. And like I said, I walked back and forth to work so I thought, well, I'm losing weight because I'm walking back and forth to work. No, I lost weight because I was eating the proper foods is why I lost weight. And like this Spud guy says from Australia, you really shouldn't exercise when you're on this thing because it makes you want to eat more, and eating all the time is there's a lot of things that your head tells you. It's that little devil and the little angel that tells you. Never listen to the devil, because he always is wrong. Always he's wrong. Yeah, I know you think eggs are chicken-wise and it's not a cow, and you think dairy is a cow, but eggs are dairy, considered a dairy food. Ed, go to YouTube, go to Google, type in, are eggs dairy? Because he says, how are eggs considered dairy? Ronnie Braun, what does he say? I love to see the yin and the yang. I love to see when you're saying something about, no, you're wrong. Because I'll steer you right. I think when you say cure, that's when you might run into trouble. I would make a disclaimer. Okay, Ronnie, make your disclaimer. Tell me what you think is wrong about it. That you don't think you're cured. If you don't have to take pills for something, I think you're cured. Oh, what does here, Kenneth? Here, Seamus says something about Kenneth Oakes. Hey, buddy, how are you? Yeah, are you going to have a live stream next? Kenneth always has live streams. He's doing live streams all the time. And he does taste tests and all kinds of... Well, yeah, if it's expensive. Some diets I know were like 2 and 3 times that you'd spend for just ordinary. But potatoes, pasta, and rice are so cheap that beans are cheaper than buying meat. Well, yeah, buying meat, that's for sure. That's how I was able to feed my children. You know what? When I was, my parents divorced or separated when I was really young. I lived with my mother and my 2 siblings. And we lived on pasta, not doing with this diet thing, but we lived on macaroni and cheese, mac and cheese and wieners, lots. I loved that. And I didn't think we were poor, that's why we had to eat that stuff, because we were poor. I loved that food, man. And I still love it today. Cheese is not good for you, for a diabetic. And I love cheese. But if it's not good for a diabetic, then I just won't eat it. You know, people are big and fat and they say, I can't lose weight. I can cure any fat person and make them real thin. And you know how? Everything you put in your mouth, that's what makes you fat. You stop food in your mouth, you're going to get thin. So that's how to cure being fat, is just don't eat anything. You'll soon get thin. Walking is healthy no matter what. If you're on a diet or trying to lose weight or what, walking is, I don't do enough of it, but walking is the greatest. When are you going to come back to the Bahamas of Canada? Last time you said you might not come back for a while. I would hate to see you in the cold over there. Well, if I got to stay in Alberta for the winter, I won't be in my van. That's for sure. I'll have to get an apartment. I sure want to come back to Vancouver, because if my hip is, I don't have hip surgery. That's the problem. I have SI joint problem. I forget what the SI stands for, but that's what I have. I can't sit for very, very long periods of time. I've been sitting on this live stream for 4 hours and 6 minutes now. And I have a good, nice, soft bed, but so Kenneth says he's on Fridays. And he's saying that you can't stay, you have to cure for something. He's saying you can't say that you have a cure for something. Well, there again, you can't just listen to me. If you're not taking pills for diabetes and you go to your doctor of diabetes, do you have diabetes? No. But if you have diabetes and you're taking pills and you start your diet and the doctor says you don't need your pills anymore, and you take the pills away, and a year goes by and the doctor sees you and says you don't need your pills, and are you cured of diabetes? You think all your cells think that? I don't think you understand what diabetes is. Diabetes is too much sugar in your system. When you're eating foods, the sugar stays in there and it doesn't come down fast. It doesn't go through your liver. Your liver is one of the best organs in your body, other than your heart. Your liver can't get rid of the sugar. That's what the problem is. So if you stop eating sugar and you start getting your cells to work correctly, is that not cured? In my opinion, it is cured, because your system is working the way it's supposed to. You have no diabetes. Diabetes is only a word that means you have too much blood in your system, in your veins. Too much sugar. You have no more diabetes. I may have to work harder at keeping the sugar out of my body than people that don't have diabetes, because my organs are already affected. My pancreas, all my liver has to work harder to produce the chemicals to get rid of the sugar. That's what's happened. That's what's got to happen. And yeah, right. There's too much blood or too much fat in our. And I know people that I used to know, some lady worked at the sewing store. They ate meat 3 times a day for every meal, fat. And if you love steak and fat and stuff, and your body can deal with that, that's great. Unfortunately, not all bodies are created the same. And it's not hereditary. My sister doesn't have diabetes. And then when I was told that I had diabetes and I had to go on pills, to me, diabetes was just a word. If I would have thought about it at the time, how do they know you got diabetes? What do? They check your blood to see if it's got lots of sugar in it. They just don't go to an organ and say, hey, are you producing enough stuff to get rid of all the sugar that's in your system, like your liver? No, they check your blood to see if it's high in sugar when you're fasting, like A1C. That's how they check to see if it's a little high. Then they say, hey, you have diabetes. Oh, well, diabetes was just a word to me. But now if I would have said, okay, diabetes is not just a word, that's a very deadly disease, because diabetes will kill you and you won't feel it. You might feel neuropathy in your feet, but you don't hurt anywhere. You don't feel that you have diabetes. You don't have a backache. You don't have a hip problem. It doesn't feel. And years go by, and all of a sudden, like my father, he was 82 years old, but he died of diabetes complications. But the diabetes had worked on his system for such a long time that his organs couldn't function anymore, to the point that they can only produce enough stuff to help get that shit out of your body, and then they can't do it anymore. So therefore, you got to take metformin and all these pills that mask what's going on. They just mask it. So, yeah, my father died of diabetes. His eyes were in kind of perfect condition. I don't think he even had neuropathy of any kind. He never told anyone. But his kidneys and his bladder and all that all all that stopped working. It stopped functioning the way it should, because it had too much sugar in it. And it's just trying to produce the stuff to get rid of the sugar in it, because he didn't treat it right in the first place. I would think people are susceptible to diabetes, and if you eat the wrong foods, you will so-called get diabetes. And some people can eat all the wrong foods they want, and they will probably never get diabetes. It's just your body, that's the way it functions. And your liver is the one that cleans everything. The urine in your body is the cleanest thing in you. I mean, did you know that your mouth is a hole in your body? And how gross it sounds, but your asshole, from here to your asshole, is on the outside of your body. It's a hole that goes all the way through. From here to there, it's a hole. It's outside your body. It might be inside your torso, but it's outside of your body. In your stomach, in your intestines. But that's how your body gets nutrients. And you're right there, and it's just some people just don't have nothing to worry about. They can eat all. As a matter of fact, there are diets that say eat an all-fat diet, and for diabetes, eat all-fat diet. Now I forget why that kind of works, but it masks it. It makes so much fat that it clogs up the insulin from getting in and the glucose from getting in. So your body stops producing a lot of insulin and a lot of glucose because it can't function anyways. So it stops producing that. And that's why it kind of cures diabetes also, is because your cells aren't getting the proper nutrients they need, and it's not giving you those nutrients. But fat is not right for your cells. It'll hurt you in the long run. I did find the truth for me, and whether I stay on it or not is up to me. I always have to think of, like I said, the little guys. I think of that. And then when I make a meal, I think, well, you have to bring it. I don't know. I can't teach anyone or tell anyone how you have to train your brain to tell yourself, you have diabetes, Wayne. You have diabetes. Don't eat that stuff. And then you don't eat that stuff. And Dr. Dougal, the one with the potato guy, he says, take your meter that you pricked, he says, throw that away. Throw it in the garbage. Don't take your numbers, because same with your scale. When you step on a scale or how you're losing weight, throw the scale away. It doesn't matter what your weight is. You will get thinner. You don't want to know what those numbers are. You don't want to know what your diabetes numbers are. So I didn't take my readings at all. But when I went to get my A1C every 3 months, or every how often you're supposed to go do this, I didn't take my numbers. But when I went, my numbers were better than normal. They was like normal. What does that tell me? If my numbers are normal, what's going on? Something is going on. I'm eating lots and lots of food. I can eat a big plate full of pasta, or I can eat so much rice that it comes out of my ears. And you think that's, if your head and your mind frame is saying, well, you can't eat lots of rice like that or pasta, that'll make you fat. Eating fat will make you fat. That's what fat will do. The fat you eat is the fat you wear. Now, what did Ronnie Braun say? Nice riddle, Ronnie Braun. Computing now. What was the riddle? I missed it. Sorry there. Love my drones if you're having problems with the lag again. My lag happens to be pretty good. There you go. Damn it, Jim. Ooh, who's Jim? Sorry, I can't remember names. You have that book by Dr. McDougall that says the starch solution? I had that book. I threw it away because I didn't want to have my van full of stuff. I might have to go back, and there's some good recipes in that book. Amazing. Now, if you know Dr. McDougall, you got to look him up. He went to Hawaii and lived in Hawaii. And all the old people, the elderly people, were thin. Then you got McDonald's and Wendy's and all those fast food places, and all the younger Hawaiians were fat. The older generation ate the starch foods, whole foods, not something that's in a can or a box, whole foods. And the young ones, they were all fat and big and heavy. Okay. So if I put less in my hole, I should get smaller. If you put less in this hole, you will get smaller. You will die because you don't get no food. Your body needs nutrition. But I saw one big guy at this place over here called Five Guys Burgers and Fries. He ordered the biggest burger that was ever ordered in there was 20 patties. Not for him, but he went in and ordered a 4-patty burger with everything on it. And when he sat down in a chair to eat this thing, he had to sit in 2 chairs because he was that big. I saw him sat down with his burger and his fries, and he sat there and he took a fry and he ate it. Then I turned around and talked to the guy to give my order, and I was looking at the board, and it might have taken me 2 or 3 minutes, to look at the board and see what I wanted, and because you can order your hamburger the way you want. And their hamburgers were made there fresh. They weren't frozen or nothing like that. They made your burgers right there, right fresh. And then I turned around again to look at this guy, and he was finished his burger and fries. Finished eating them. And I was on that potato diet at the time, getting a burger. I got that burger, and even these fries are no good to me. They've been deep fried and fat. I ate it anyways because I didn't want to throw that money away. I'm cheap. I'm a very cheap guy. If I had lots of money, I wouldn't be so cheap. But I really felt sorry for that guy. I don't think he's going to live that long. Like, he's going to die a fat, young person. And then I think it was after that is when I gave up the burgers and fries again after that. But I always slip off the wagon. I've had cake. Oh, Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk is always right, isn't he? What does he say? Damn it, Jim. Probably damn it, Jim is probably something that Bones always said. A reference to Nomadic Vanman. One of my favorite quotes from it, actually. You see there, Ed? You can do it. You have something in your brain. It's that saying. Damn it, Jim. You see, there you go. All you got to do is get those potatoes and say, damn it, Jim, I need those potatoes. You can train your brain. You see, now they say like bread for a diabetic. What diabetic doctors tell you? Don't eat pasta, don't eat potatoes, don't eat starch, don't eat bread, don't eat wheat. Wheat is very bad for you. If you want to have porridge, that's oats. When I eat porridge, I love porridge. When I eat porridge, my blood sugar goes up higher than it's supposed to. I suppose that if I'm off the pills, I'm not off the pills yet. I'm working at it, guys. I'm working at this. But it's a work in progress, a lot harder than it was last time. Last time I did cold turkey. Boom, did this. No meat, no dairy, potatoes, and other vegetables, whatever, like a good meal that I thought was a good meal. It was tasty. When I made pasta, man, it was just I made myself a bigger than normal batch of pasta because I knew I could eat it, and it was wheat pasta and rice. And she told me, don't eat this stuff. And so what I did was I used to take my blood sugar reading before I ate and after I ate. 2 hours after you eat is when you're supposed to take it. I would do that every single time, every single meal. And I would do it after everything I ate. One time, I don't remember what my numbers were, but Coca-Cola Zero or a diet drink that has no sugar in it, I would drink this back and take my reading before and a reading after and see what it did. Now, I wish I remembered what it did, whether it went up or down. But they say don't drink Coke Zero or stuff like that. It's just like drinking, what is that stuff they put you, when you die, they put that stuff in you to keep your body pickled until who knows when. Man, my brain just ain't working sometimes. That's the best tasting stuff that you can eat right there is your own grown vegetables and fresh fruit and stuff. Like right out of the garden. That's the best there is. You can't get any better than that. And I got to go check that channel out there, Leonard. I know I'm not subscribed, but I will. I mean, whether you're trying to work that one up to have 1,000 subscribe to get it monetized or whatever, but I will subscribe. Believe me, I will look back and check that out. Thanks for posting that, anyways. And any moderators out there, please post whatever you have to. I condone that everybody get their YouTube algorithm built up. That it's the only best way to beat the system. Get them to spend their money. Every advertisement, advertisers are paying for this. Let them pay then. And I guess the more you work at it, the more YouTube makes. They're worth billions of dollars. Can't they afford to pay somebody their hard work? You put up videos 3, 4, 5 times a week. Every day, they give you absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then when you become monetized, they take it mostly away. Well, not most of it, but they take 30 to 40% of it for you. That's for sure. You're a doctor, not a medical engineer, pilot, florist. So, okay, you're not a medical doctor, but are you an engineer, a pilot, and a florist? Is that what you mean there? Or are you not a doctor, a medical doctor, you're not an engineer doctor, and you're not a pilot doctor, and you're not a florist doctor? I don't know what you meant there. Give me some hints. What does Leonard say here? I was at White Castle. Yeah, we don't have a White Castle here, I don't think. Vancouver, maybe, no, not a White Castle. They have a white spot. Fast food restaurant a few years ago. I witnessed very, very, very big guy order and eat 200 White Castle sliders. My God. Holy smokes, man. What's a slider? Is that potato? A potato strip thing? The Steady. Oh, you checked out the gardener. I got to go check that out. That's one thing about living in a van is I can't have a garden. I'd love to. I'd love to eat. And you know what? When you go buy stuff at the grocery store, that stuff ain't like yesterday's food out of the garden. That some of those things, some of those apples that you eat are over a year old. They've been kept at a cool temperature for a whole year. I lived in Kelowna. Grow apples. I can go out and pick apples and eat them. They would ship their apples to the United States. The United States would ship their apples to Canada. I was eating at Kelowna from a grocery store apples that were grown in Florida or wherever. California. Yeah, they had their little area for homegrown apples, but what the hell, man? They grew enough apples there for everybody that lived there. What the heck is going on? That guy that ate those sliders. What the heck is a slider, guys? Yeah, you know that guy that I saw sitting in 2 chairs? Like, I don't know how heavy he was, but okay, Wakey says something from Star Trek. No way. You guys are Star Trek fans. What the heck's going in here? I'm a doctor, not a mechanic. I can't. Bones. I'm a doctor, not a mechanic, not an engineer, not a pilot, not a florist. Right. Okay. You guys are Star Trek. I love Star Trek myself. I used to have every Star Trek. Somebody had back in the those big things you stuck in with reels and they would play movies. he taped every single Star Trek from day one to whatever, and he gave them to me. I had a box full of these things. I started watching them. I thought, man, these are really old Star Trek stuff, but man, were they good. Oh, you were at White Spot. I got that one. Okay, I don't know what a slider is. I wonder too. Yeah, you wonder if the guy was still alive. 500 pounds. Holy smokes. I used to look at fat people after that and just feel sorry for them, because if only they knew that they could get thin. There again, when you are fat, like I mean obese fat, not just overweight, you're obesely fat, you are stuck in a rut and you cannot get out unless somebody is with you all the time, helping you, guiding you. It's hard to train your brain to think, I must not eat this, I must not eat that. And this one doctor, it was a TV show also, he would take very obese people and put them in the hospital and help them lose weight and tell them what, give them a certain diet. Well, the people that were going in, that were visiting them, were the ones that were cheating. They'd bring them food. Like, for a diabetic, pizza is not good. Even when you're sitting on this potato diet, pizza is not good. One slice of pizza every few months is not bad. It's the cheese on pizza. I love pizza. I love all these foods that I'm not supposed to eat. But I do love those foods that I am supposed to eat also. It's just hard to think about eating just mashed potatoes by themselves. That's a hard one. That is a hard one. Is a thin, small, it's a whole hamburger. Okay. I think we used to call sliders and stuff like potato skin meal. Potato skins. Those were called sliders. A mini burger sandwich. And he ate what, 200 of these things? Holy shit. And they have a smorgasbord thing here, or they used to have a sign on the side that says, only take what you can eat. This family went in, and you can go up and get as many times as you want. Big family went in. Huge. Mama, Papa, and one kid. All three of them. Huge. And instead of filling up their plate just a little bit and going and get more, they would fill it up like massive amounts of food. Then they would go and sit down and eat that and then go again. And I just looked at them and then I think when they were finished, they left their plates like almost full of food, because that was their whole idea. Their mind told them, when your plate is full, that's when it's been good. But the cans you get in the stores was from a plant 200 miles away. I made a short, I didn't put it out, but I have a short video. When you go over here to Walmart, you get, what are they, 300 milliliter can of Coke, $1.99. Then you go look at a 2-liter bottle of Diet Coke, zero, the same thing, $1.99. Exactly the same price. How many 300 milliliter bottles are in 2 liters? Like, what? They're the same price. Deep Space Nine, was that with the guy from Bonanza? Microns, and they said it was so many microns away. To your command. I remember that show. That was a great show. By your command. Yeah, slider is a little burger. Uh-oh. Ed says something really big here. What does he say? I remember this lady at a convenience store that was always complaining about her knees and feet hurting. Yeah, you better believe it. She was definitely obese. Thought, no wonder my feet would hurt too. How do you have to carry all that weight around? Yes. Oprah Winfrey was on show and she lost, I don't know how many pounds, quite a few pounds of fat. So one day she comes on stage and she's pulling a wagon with this big thing in it. And she said that's the amount of fat that she lost on her body. Now, how would you like to pick that up and walk around with that all the time? That's simply amazing. And did you know that there's this, I forget what he is, East Indian guru kind of guy. He was telling you something about I just put some sauce on top instead. What kind of sauce? Be interesting to know. This guru said that they asked him, what happens when you die? What happens to your body? And he says there's, I think, 7 stages to death. The very first one is you stop breathing. The doctor feels your nose. They put a mirror, a glass or something up to your nose. There's no more breath. You're considered dead. Not true. What still happens when you can't breathe anymore? Your hair and your fingernails and your toenails and all, they still grow. So there's part of your body. There's five stages to death. And sometimes it takes up to 14 days for your hair and your nails and stuff to stop growing. That's how long. And they had certain names for these stages. The first stage was your breath. You stop breathing. Your heart stops pumping. There is one about if you are laying on the ground and you're perfectly alive and people pick you up and move you to someplace else. They feel the weight, they pick you up and they move you. Have that exact same body dead, laying on the ground. Now pick that body up and move it. It's heavier. When you walk, your body is lighter. I don't even know how to explain that. If you were dead and you can't walk, but your body is heavier when you die. Your body is light when you walk. When you take a step, you can carry that weight. I'm sorry about big and fat people. I'm not talking about that. But that was one stage. It takes a while for that stage of your body to get to that point where you're heavier now. And that's another part of death. There's 7 parts to death. And it takes a long time to get there. You remember that with the wagon and the fat that she brought out? Yes. She was on, I think she lost a lot of weight. I forget how many pounds. It was like 20 or 30 pounds or 50 pounds or whatever it was. Pizza sauce or whatever you feel like. Really? Oh, okay, cool. I have spaghetti sauce, it's called here. I imagine there's some fat in it. I never looked, but yeah, even when, what was the most popular Pope John Paul was one of the most popular popes. And when the Pope died, they laid his body, and when they call you and you don't answer, you're considered dead. And he was laid out there, and I guess, like you say, no movement, no breathing, and they called him 3 times, and he didn't move, so he was considered, that's it, you're dead. raw cashew, blend them with water and use that on top. That's interesting. I love cashews. I mean, all nuts have fat in them, but that's very interesting. I think everybody thinks about death. When you're younger, in your teens and stuff, you know you're going to die sometime, but you don't care when. The older you get, you always think it's around the corner. When you can get to the point where you can count the number of years that you have left on one or two hands, that gets scary. I have an uncle that's 85 years old. I mean, he might live to be 90 something, 100, but it gets pretty scary when you can, and I guess probably the older you get, the more you can really accept that you're going to die one day. And what I have to wonder is, why in the world did I see that? What do you mean that you've seen that? Let me just see. Let me look back what you said there. I remember the wagon. Oh, yeah, of fat. What I have to wonder is, why in the world I have to see that? Yeah. What does Paul say here? Oprah. Isn't Oprah one of the wealthiest black women, making the best money of anyone? And how she got there? Are you, Ed? I thought you said you were just 60 or something. Or you think you're over the bump? you're beating the system so far? I think everybody thinks they're one of them are, you're gonna think, I'm gonna be the only one. I'm gonna live forever. I'm the only one. I'm gonna do it. Somehow. I'm gonna make it forever. Well, what the heck? What the heck did we talk about today? It was amazing. I had a good crowd here. I love to see you all. That was simply bloody amazing. Bloody? That's an Australian saying, isn't it? Yeah. She used to give cars away to a bunch of people. I'm waiting for mine yet. Haven't got one. She hasn't even called me and say, come in. I can even participate. Oh, see, from my point of view, you're still youngster. I'll be in July 31st, 2 more months from now, 2 full months from now, I'll be 69. I'll be glad to hit the 70 mark. I can't believe I lived this long. Like, holy smokes. When I was real young, I thought 60, 70 years old is bloody old, man. Yeah, English term. Bloody this and bloody that. Blimey. 2 weeks. So here's a good question for all you guys that are still in the house here. Would you want to know the date and time that you die? Good question. Would you want to know that? We did have a good chat. We talked about a whole bunch of things today. I really enjoyed it a lot. And it's coming up on the 5-hour mark that I've been online. What? I got to cut this short, guys. I think we'll cut her off at the 5-hour mark. This is incredible. It's nice to see you guys all here and communicating and answering questions and talking about things. And it was great. I love to say that my sister-in-law is British. I have my sister's daughter married a British tank guy, drove a tank. It's funny to hear when they talk sometimes of the expressions they use. He says, not at the minute. Instead of moment, like we Canadians would say, well, not this moment. They say minute, not at this minute. It's to me, that sounds so funny. But, you know, not right at this moment in time, but maybe later. And they say, not right at this minute in time. It means the same thing, but sounds so funny. Sometimes they let you get a couple of months beyond retirement age. Yeah, I don't know. Do they want to get rid of you at retirement time so they don't have to spend so much money on you? Well, everybody is saying no and no and no. They don't want to know when they die. I don't want to know either. I wouldn't want to know. And there was a saying, no one would like to know. You would like to know when you pass away? What actually day and time of day and everything? If you could get as much money as you possibly wanted in life and had success and could get success up to a certain point, would you then want to know the day you die? That wasn't the right question, because if you could live successfully until the day you die, who would care? But when the day you die comes, you couldn't hide from it. And Ed says, I would, because I would like to die at home. You know that my father, he passed away in the hospital of diabetes complications, but he had a disease called narcolepsy, where he would be eating his food, and in the middle of shoveling his food in his mouth, he would fall asleep. Not totally asleep like we think sleeping. He would be sitting in a chair somewhere and his eyes would close and he'd nod off. You could tell when he was going to get these attacks, because he would rub his elbow against his body, and you could tell he wouldn't fall over if he was standing up, but that's what narcolepsy does. It makes you fall asleep. But he died in the hospital in his sleep, and I don't think he really thought about God, and if there was a God, never talked about it. But my aunt is very religious, and he asked her when he was in the hospital, he asked something about what is heaven like. And you could tell he knew he was going to, because nobody told him he was going to die. And he only lasted in the hospital 5 days. And he kept saying, well, I would love to have a McDonald's hamburger. What would you like to eat? Blah, blah, blah. And nobody told him a McDonald's hamburger. If you're going to die, why not take him a hamburger? Like, the doctors just told him, don't feed him things from outside. But I should have taken him a hamburger. Like, he's going to die. Give the man something he wants before he goes. But he did die in his sleep. And I always think, like, no pain. He didn't like any kind of drugs whatsoever. But they gave him needles of morphine to keep the pain down, because his organs were failing. That's what was happened. That's what he died from. His organs didn't work anymore. So his organs quit working, and then he passed away. But in the meantime, before that, they pumped him up with morphine to stop any kind of pain whatsoever. The doctor says, well, how do you feel? And he says, I feel 100%. And he died in November. In November, just when hunting season starts. And he said, I want to go hunting. I got to get out and go hunting. And I told him it was too cold that day. We can't go hunting. Not in an attic or under the house or driving down the road. I would love more than anything in the world to die like my father did. In his sleep, he just didn't wake up. No, we're not celebrating anything at the moment. You're celebrating something in the U.S., right? Right now, isn't today a kind of is it a holiday, or did I read wrong, or what's going on? Yeah, they left the area, left the building. If you look at it another way too, did you know that your body is taking up space? The earth doesn't want you there. Wherever you are, you're taking up space of the earth. Wherever you go, your body is wasting space. You shouldn't be there. It's not like the earth is trying to get rid of us, but we're taking up space. Even if you go out in space, we're taking up area where space wants to be. Weird concept. I don't know. That's a good question. What I thought? I don't think he knew when he died. I don't even know whether he knew he was going to die. He maybe because he asked that question about what's heaven like, and my aunt says, "Don't worry, you'll get there." So maybe he did think about it at the very end. Nobody ever said anything. He had a will, but a handwritten will. Nothing professionally done, which they honored. They honored the will, but it wasn't signed by him. So his brother, my uncle, took that handwritten will to the hospital and said, "You should sign this thing, just in case something happens." So I think he finally knew in his mind that he was going to die. I don't know if I would have given them the burger, whether he thought that that's what killed him, or thanking me for giving him something that nobody else would, knowing that he's going to die. I don't know, and I can't ask him. We just had Victoria Day in Canada. I don't know when that was, but there is no holiday today in Canada. I thought there was some kind of a holiday today, or some kind of maybe not a holiday, but some day today was had a certain. Geez, I don't remember. It had a name. Anyways, guys, Camper Vanatic, Ronnie Braun, Ed, or Ronnie, Paul, Nona Grace, Kenneth, if you're still there, Seamus, I think these guys are gone, but if you're all there, Nona Grace, I don't know if I mentioned that. I don't know if Leonard stepped out or is still listening in the background. I just want to absolutely thank each and every one of you. You all gave me 4 hours, maybe not all of you, but you gave me 4 hours of your time, and I'm on my 5th hour. That really made my live stream fantastic today. I may not have had the numbers that everyone else gets, and Kenneth is still there. He says hi, still here. I don't know how you can spend the time there, Kenneth. Good on you. You're more than what's this here? In 1977, I took my uncle a bottle of Guinness. He passed away 3 days later. He might have appreciated that. Thank him. Thank you for doing something for him. And if any of you are out there that actually believe in a higher something, whatever it is, a God, or don't criticize anyone for not believing in a God, or don't criticize someone for believing in a different God. I personally believe that there is someone that is looking at me and shaking his finger at me and saying, "You are my child. You cannot hide from me." Oh, wow. I can never hide. I do all these things that make my God look at me and say, "What are you doing, Wayne?" And when I do go to meet him, I can't even say I'm sorry enough. Not my physical father, but my spiritual father. He maybe didn't create me in a way that my mother and father did, but he loves me unconditionally, which is strange. Okay, guys, I just want to cut my stream off. It's been 5 hours, guys. I'm sorry to keep your time away from going and doing your gardening and going and doing whatever, your exercise or whatever you did or whatever you were supposed to be doing. I'm sorry I took your time. I love all you guys very, very, very much. I consider each and every one of you as all my family, believe it or not, even though I can't come out and touch you. I can't fly to Australia or Florida or wherever to come and see you, but I just want all of you guys to, I'm going to try to have my live streams every Sunday at 1 o'clock, my time, which is, you can tell now, my time right now is just about 6 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock, 5 hours ago, set your clocks and your watches and your alarm clock for then, and come and maybe we'll have another game or a discussion of something. And I hope I can come and watch your channel. I'm going to watch this over again, this 5 hours of and get some more places to go and subscribe and see what's been said and read all the comments again. So thank you all again for coming in and right on. Good saying. Yes, I know it can't either be created or destroyed. It just changes forms and alters what's going on. Good night, Kenneth, Kemper, Ed, Ron, Paul, Leonard, Nona, who's ever still in the house. I can only see 7, but I know I'm missing somebody's. But thank you all for coming in. I appreciate, and I continue the love for you guys. Thank you guys all for coming in. So stay nomadic, stay outlaws, stay cool, and stay awesome. We'll catch you guys all on the next Sunday, Funday. Thanks for coming in, guys. I will. I'll go out now for the rest of the evening and look at some other videos coming in. Okay, guys, thanks for the wonderful discussion we had today. Thank you all for coming in. See you all next time.